all be seated. The jury is absent from the courtroom waiting for us outside, but before they come in, Mr. Garner, you wanted to raise some things on the record.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please.
I would like to revisit a couple of the motions in limine issues that I believe are now, need to be revisited after the defendant. The defendant testified yesterday specifically about an incident where he was aware that Deanna, his last name, but Ariel's best friend called him, quote, a monster. And defendant testified that he believed Ariel was minimizing the affair and it was that he was essentially spreading or, giving Deanna wrong information about the affair. What Ariel was actually talking to Deanna about, and it's not the truth according to Ariel's statements that have been disclosed to defense that the court pointed out. What the defendant was telling Ariel when he was demanding that she have sex with him was that if she did not comply, he would tell everybody about this affair. So when defendant testifies he didn't tell anybody about the affair because he wanted to protect her reputation, that's not the truth. And essentially what defendant was actually doing was holding this over her head to enforce his sexual demands. So we do believe that these two statements that the defendant testified to yesterday clearly make this evidence that was limited out relevant. It, not including this evidence, gives a completely incomplete picture to the jury. It gives not even half the story. So we do believe that we should be allowed to cross-examine the defendant on these issues. Additionally, the defendant introduced character evidence. The defendant introduced evidence of his character trait of meticulousness. According to the Hawaii Rules of Evidence, the state may rebut that character trait. The proposed rebuttal evidence is further evidence of defendant's controlling characteristics, which have been limbed out. These controlling characteristics actually include these sexual coercion demands. So this is actually, these two things are also all connected. But it also includes the defendant's prior spying in his last marriage, the prior viewing of the prior iPad that he had that would view his ex-wife's all of her text messages. We believe that that's now relevant to rebut the claim of meticulousness, or to, not exactly rebut, but to essentially provide the entire character trait that this is halfway referencing. So the position is the defendant has given some picture of this character trait, and we need to be able to rebut it by bringing in the rest of it. Also, with regard to character evidence, I also believe that defendant's testimony that he didn't disclose this affair or tell anyone.
I'm sorry, that he what?
That he didn't disclose this affair or tell anyone in order to protect Ariel's reputation, that counts as good character evidence that the defendant was trying to introduce. That's defendant testifying about his good character. So we should be allowed to rebut and get into the sexual coercion for that reason as well. So those are all the reasons and the things I want the court to revisit and consider that should be open for cross-examination.
I have a question with respect to the allegations of prior spying and the other iPad. What form would, other than just cross-examination, what other form would that come in?
The state did have Ms. Patella on a witness list, but the intention at this point is to limit the evidence on it to cross-examination.
Understood. Thank you for answering the court's questions. Mr. Otaki, do you have any response?
Yes. So, we dealt with these issues, very deeply and spent a lot of time on them in motions in limine and in the court ruled. Obviously, we were hypersensitive to the court's motions in limine, and we contemplated the court's ruling. We obviously know the risks of how doors can be opened, and we deliberately steered clear of these things. So for example, when we talked about how therapy turned into something else, he just said that. Therapy turned into other things. So the point is, we deliberately steered clear of these things to not open the door. And this is an extreme stretch and obviously a last-ditch effort by the prosecutor to get into things that the court has ruled should not come in. So let me just address these things one at a time. I'll talk about the first thing, the meticulousness. I don't know what he's talking about, to be honest. Character evidence under the rules comes in through reputation or opinion testimony. Obviously, we didn't do that. You have to also look at the context, okay? Ariel brought it up in her case about Dr. Koenig was the one, in her testimony, Dr. Koenig was the one who handled the finances. And you know, trying, I guess, potentially inferring that he was, you know, for whatever the case may be, they brought that up in their case. So he was just addressing that. You know, I think the question was, Ariel said that you handled the finances. Why was that? And I think he said, I'm just, you know, an organized, you know, meticulous guy, right? So it was tied to why he was doing the finances. So, and you know, the reason why we also know that this is, what's the right word? Not a genuine attempt here. If you really think about it, the character of meticulous is something that helps them. That he's a, you know, maybe a meticulous planner of a murder or whatever, right? It doesn't help us to show he's meticulous, right? So that's how you know this is a false attempt here, because how does it hurt their case that he's meticulous, right? It doesn't. It helps their case, but he wants to use it to get into these things that the court has already ruled out. So, you know, just because he said he was meticulous doesn't then open the door to his, you know, to character evidence to rebut that, number one. So that's that. The part about when he was talking about what Gianna said or thought, it was in context to, again, something they introduced in their case, which is the audio recording. So he has a right to explain why he got the audio recording. And that's what he explained was in his head. He wasn't saying, he doesn't know what Ariel was talking to Gianna about. He doesn't know that. He just assumed that when that was being said to him, that's why he thought, well, maybe she's saying untrue things to Gianna, so I want to and others, so I want to record her in case, you know, I need it in counseling or to show her that, you know, to show these things. That's what was in his head. The issue isn't what she was really saying to Gianna. The issue is what was in his head as to why he got the audio recorder. So in no way, shape, or form should that open up the door to, you know, again, under 403 and other rules of evidence, these allegations of sexual coercion, which obviously we have always disputed and have, you know, taken a position that that's inaccurate. But so we were very cautious to steer clear of these things. Now, so, you know, so that's what I say, Your Honor. This is very dangerous territory. We were very cautious to not open the door to these things, and he was talking about why he did the finances, right? Because he was meticulous and organized. Now that doesn't then open the door to, you know, it wasn't character evidence for the sake of bolstering his character. It's a character that actually helps the state, not us, you know. But we're explaining something that Ariel said, that he's the one who did the finances, and we're also explaining, you know, that, you know, that's why he did it. So I'm not sure what the court is thinking on this. I'm happy to address any thoughts the court may have, but that's our position.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Carter, then I have a couple of questions.
Sure. What we didn't address right there with Mr. Tucker's arguments, and I'm sure the court will give him a chance to address this as well, is defendant's claim on the stand when he testified that he didn't tell anybody about this emotional affair because he wanted to protect Ariel's reputation. So I want to make sure defense has a chance to
I appreciate
explain
it.
that as well.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So when he was talking about that, that was early on, right? When he was saying, we were talking about it in San Luis Obispo, and we were considering having her move out, but we didn't do that to protect her reputation. And when we got back to Maui, I didn't tell anyone for the sake of the kids and everyone else. So that was long before any of these allegations of sexual coercion came up. That was right after the discovery of the affair in San Luis Obispo and right when they got back to Maui. It was that time period in December 1st, December 8th. If you look at the notices they filed, the allegations, which again we refute, of sexual coercion came later in December. So he was saying when he got back, they decided that she wasn't going to move out in San Luis Obispo to protect her reputation, and when he got back, that's what happened. So that's number one. And again, under 403, it's the very reason he kept this stuff out. It is incredibly highly inflammatory. It's going to create a trial within a trial, and it's the same. It's the exact reason you kept it out. And we were cautious to not try to somehow open the door, which we have not. I mean, we can also address things they brought up in their case that's can coexist with your ruling, and that's what we did.
I think you said you had a couple questions, so let's move on to those.
Let me start with my questions, and then you can rebut anything that you wish. With respect to the rebutting the characteristic of meticulousness, I understand the avenue of admissibility under Hawaii Rule of Evidence 404A1, where if the defendant does make a character trait that is offered by the accused, the prosecution can rebut the same. So if the character trait is in fact meticulousness, how does what the state wants to get into actually rebutting that? Because you're talking about prior spying, right?
It does. Meticulousness is the way that the defense has been trying to characterize what the defendant was doing in the months leading up to the crime schemes, right? They're trying to say that defendant is meticulous, and that's why he's looking up all these old tax information. That's why he's looking up his wife's old pay stubs from several years ago. He's looking up all these things. But to rebut that, it's not meticulousness, it's a need for control. So that's where this is coming from with regards to that.
Thank you for clarifying.
And again, just the only thing I'll say again is that only came up because they asked Ariel who did the finances. And so it was tied to why he did the finances. And it was a brief thing he said, because I'm organized and meticulous, so I kept track of the finances. To now say that opens up the door to somehow getting into all this stuff is just honestly, Your Honor, it should not even remotely get close. The other thing is, and again, Your Honor, I bring this up, right? The rule I think you're talking about, right, is I'm sorry, were you talking about 608?
No. 404A1.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Right, so again, we weren't offering a character trait of meticulousness. I mean, we were talking about why he did the finances. And, the character evidence, like I talked about, it comes in through, opinion testimony, reputation testimony. We weren't, of a pertinent trait, right? Like, we could have called someone and said, do you know him? Do you know him well enough to form an opinion? Do you know him well enough to know what his reputation is? What is your opinion on his characterness for violence, or whether he's a calm person, right? That's offering a character trait to a pertinent character. To a pertinent trait. That's not what we did here, to suggest that after they said he does the finances, and I asked him why, and he said, because I'm just an organized, meticulous guy, that now that opens the door to all these allegations of sexual coercion and on multiple levels, but not the least of which is 403, which is why he kept this out to begin with. And again, we're not. So it should stay out on. It's incredibly prejudicial to allow in these what we believe are false allegations of sexual coercion. Simply because he said, I do the finances because I'm meticulous.
Anybody else want to add anything?
Could I add? There's something that I thought of as we were talking there. And this is with specific regards to the character evidence part, the meticulousness, and we need to rebut that.
Please.
I'll use an analogy. Let's say a defendant, we're not talking about this case, just in general, introduces character evidence that, hey, he's kind of a punchy guy. When in fact, the defendant has 25 prior assault convictions. When they introduce this minimizing character evidence, the full rest of the character evidence becomes relevant. That's the analogy I'm kind of trying to use to make sense of this. Does that make sense? That's what the state's argument is, at least.
No, I understand the argument.
Okay, I just wanted to add that. And again, I believe the defendant's statement that he was trying to protect Ariel's reputation is completely different than the character evidence. Or it's connected, but it is significantly different. That was not offered as character evidence. This is just evidence that the state should absolutely be allowed to impeach the defendant on.
Just the last thing I'll say, Your Honor, and I apologize, this is the rule I was looking for earlier. I thought it was in the 600s, but 405, right after 404. I'm sure you just read it, right? So that's how you offer character evidence. In all cases in which evidence of character or a trait of character of a person is admissible, proof may be made by testimony as to reputation or by testimony in the form of an opinion. We didn't offer opinion or reputation testimony under 405, so you don't even get to this 404 analysis. But I think you understand our position, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, thank you for the benefit of your thoughts. With respect to the position of the state that the proverbial door has been open to evidence of past sexual coercion on part of the defendant when he explains that a witness referred to him as a monster, or that he was trying to show his good character by not disclosing the affair to enforce his sexual demands on his wife, the court finds that while it may knock on the proverbial door, it's not open. And even if it was, the court's still concerned about the prejudicial value of the proposed cross-examination evidence under Rule 403. The court does find allegations of sexual coercion to be highly prejudicial. And while there is probativeness here, the court still finds the prejudicial value to substantially outweigh the probative value of the evidence. With respect to the prior spying on the iPad, the court is going to allow cross-examination on those specific instances of conduct. The character trait is called meticulousness, but what it really is explaining is the lack of controlling environment or behavior that the defendant has exhibited, i.e. that he's peaceful. And I understand while it creates the impression, it doesn't have to offer the trait, but if it creates the impression as argued by the state, it does open the door under State versus Brooks, which is 123 Hawaii 456. It's a 2010 case. and on cross-examination, it can be inquired into relevant specific instances of conduct. So the court does find an avenue of admissibility under Rule 404A and 405A for the prior spying, and the court does not find, contrary to the sexual coercion allegations, that the prejudicial value substantially outweighs the probativeness. That's the court's ruling.
Can I just be clear? Like,
Yes.
what exactly are they allowed to get into? The prior spying, like what? Like
On the prior iPad, is that correct?
I believe that is correct. This was in
On
the state's motions in limine, so it's identified there. It was the fact that in his prior marriage, the defendant used an iPad to spy on both his daughter as well as his wife. And it's the similar way that he described he did Ariel's phone in this case. It was actually a little more complex. He basically mirrored the other people's phones onto that iPad so he could live view what they were saying and see their emails and things like that. So that is that type of evidence. Before we get to the end, I'll have a clarifying question as well, but I don't know if we're finished with this issue quite yet.
So just so I'm clear, and the record is clear, because they brought up in their case that he did the finances, and he said, I did the finances because I'm a detail-oriented, organized, meticulous person. Now we can get into from years and years before allegations that he was spying on his ex-wife.
No.
Okay, that's why, I mean, that's what it sounded like.
It's not because they got into who brought up the finances. It's because when the word meticulous and taking care of the finances and dealing with all of the insurance and all the investment accounts, that creates the impression that defendant is not controlling, not having any coercion over the victim in this case. The impression is that, for lack of a better word, he's peaceful and not aggressive with respect to that coercive environment. That opens the door to whether or not it truly is meticulousness or something else. And I understand the rebuttal.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Isn't it by saying I take care of it because I'm meticulous and organized, isn't that kind of saying that because he has control over it? So I don't understand how I'm not, trying to argue with you, but I don't understand how that is trying to imply that he's not controlling by saying I'm meticulous, that's why I do the finances. That's the part maybe I'm missing. Like how does that paint a false picture that he's not controlling? Like someone who does all the finances, all the taxes, all their life, that's kind of controlling of the finances. So I don't understand how that's, now we're saying, oh, that shows he's not controlling, so now we can show that he's controlling. I mean,
Controlling of only the finances versus controlling of the behavior in the relationship.
what was at issue is who did the finances and why.
You had a clarifying question, Mr. Martin.
I do, and this is on the second issue we were discussing with the regards about the sexual coercion. At the motions in limine hearing, the court did rule sexual coercion is out, and I understand that it's still the court's ruling. The court did indicate at the motions in limine hearing that the defendant's sexual demands were relevant. So I want to confirm that that is still the court's ruling.
That is, and that also came out on State's case in chief.
Okay, I just want to confirm that I can still go into that.
Yes.
Well, and I'm just, again, we're going to be in a position where now what, he answers that and now we open the door to everything else? I mean, we have to be able to answer things they raise without it opening the door. Okay, so, I understand your ruling, but I'm just also, and he wants to ask those questions, he needs to be able to answer it and explain it, and I know what's going to happen. Then he's going to say, oh, Judge, it opens the door to all this other stuff again. So, I'm just saying, like, if he's going to ask these questions, and he needs to be able to answer them too, out of fairness. And it's not fair where he cannot answer it, or else if he answers it now, he opens up all these other allegations. So,
I understand.
I'm just.
And to get to the specific part, so we can all be clear, to make sure whether I do ask the question or not, I can get into the sexual demands, or the demands.
With Ms. Ariel pointing.
Yes.
Yes.
The, I guess, question then that would be relevant to the defendant's testimony yesterday was whether he was holding the knowledge of this affair over her head while he made those demands. And I'm asking for clarification here. I'm not asking for any further argument about whether I should get into it. I'm asking for the court's clarification.
That was excluded in the motions in limine. I don't know why we're relitigating all the motions in limine at this stage of the trial.
I don't think we resolved that.
Your Honor, you said anything to do with using allegations of sex as coercion was not coming in. That's exactly what they're now trying to do.
No, with the prior partner.
No, with Ario Koenig, you said any allegations that he was using sex as coercion as a way to was not coming in.
And I agree with that.
That's right.
That was the
reminding me.
So I want to, I'm kind of pre-testing the question right now. But all I was asking was clarification for the court and putting on the record whether that question would be in violation of that term.
It would.
Okay, thank you for
I'm
the
sorry,
clarification.
it would be allowed?
No, it would be violative.
Oh.
Violative of the limiting rule.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I was looking for is the clarification.
Because that's the coercion issue, right?
Okay, understood.
Anything else we should take up?
Not at the, I want to raise the issue. I don't think it's going to be an issue on cross. It might be in closing about tailoring.
100%. I was going to raise that issue too.
Okay. Do you want to talk
That
about
there should not be tailoring questions or argument.
But there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be questions and arguments. That's tailoring.
Correct.
Isn't that the current case law?
Absolutely.
The current case law is that general tailoring is not allowed. Tailoring about the defendant's presence at the trial is not allowed. Tailoring about the defendant's access to discovery is not allowed. But the defendant in this case used a very, very specific set of words when he testified yesterday. I think the three of us all know what those words were.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was the defendant testifying that he was under extreme mental or emotional distress.
Are you asking if you can get into that issue of cross-examination?
I would like to ask, where have you heard those words?
I think you can ask them. Anything else?
Nothing else.
Okay.
You said, I'm sorry, he can or he cannot ask?
He can.
Cannot.
Can. C-A-N. Can.
He can ask where he heard the words
Sure.
severe emotional distress?
Yes. Anything
Okay.
else before the jury comes in?
Nothing else.
All right. If the jury's ready, you guys can come.
Actually, I need a second, given the court's new ruling. So I
Take
can
your time.
speak to my client.
Okay, then we'll recess and we'll go off record.
Oh, Your Honor, can we step up?
Please.
Court is on a short break. Thank you all for being here. Shout out to everybody. And it is the sexual coercion, probably said that wrong, is something I wasn't completely familiar with, but it is a factor within this trial, and soon the jury will be coming back in because the attorney had something else to say, and then when they resume, we will be at some point we'll see about the cross with the defense, with not the defense, cross from the prosecution, the DA. All right. As I said, we are on a short break, and court will resume soon.
Calling case number 68, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Koenig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state. Also present is Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Vaccaro, Jr.
Good morning again, Mr. Garner. Good morning again, Mr. Vaccaro.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake, Samantha Dirks, on behalf of Gerhardt Koenig, who is present.
Good morning again, Mr. Otake. Good morning again, Mr. Dirk. Morning. Dr. Koenig, good morning again.
Morning, Your Honor.
All you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. I apologize for the delay. The morning calendar got a little bit away from me, so I appreciate your patience. We'll continue on with the presentation of evidence. Dr. Koenig, if I can have you come back up to the stand and resume your place on the stand. And you can have a seat. Dr. Koenig, you're still on the roll.
Yes.
Mr. Garner, whenever you're ready, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you.
morning.
Good morning.
On March 24th, 2025, you were married to Ariel Quinning, correct, Dr.
Yes.
Quinning? You and Ariel got married in 2018, is that right?
Yes.
You dated for 1 or 2 years before getting married, correct?
Yes.
When you met Ariel, you were working as an anesthesiologist in Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
And yesterday you described what anesthesiology is, correct?
Yes.
You used very technical terms, right?
Yes.
Maybe the more plain term is that you are the one who puts people to sleep before an operation, correct?
That's what people typically call it, yes.
It's not actually sleep, right?
It's not actually sleep, right?
But you're the one that essentially puts them out, and then after the operation they wake up again, right?
Yeah. That's
Anesthesiology
part
is
of
a very
it.
specialized field of medicine, correct?
Yes.
You decide.
One second. Could you just put the mic closer and keep your voice up? So everybody can hear. Thank you.
Okay. You decide how much of each anesthesia drug to give a patient, correct?
Yes.
You give too little of the drug, and it's possible the patient could wake up during the surgery, right?
Yes.
You give too much, and the patient could never wake up at all. Is that right?
That's correct.
Ultimately, you're the one with that control, right?
Yes.
Now, you first became an anesthesiologist in Pittsburgh, again, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that money is the main reason you moved to Pittsburgh, correct?
No.
Objection misstates his testimony.
Overall, answer stands.
Sorry. You testified that the cost of living in Pittsburgh was very important to you, correct?
Yes.
And money is very important to you, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Your testimony today is that money is not important to you.
Not very important to me.
Not very important. Okay. Now, while you were dating Ariel in Pittsburgh and eventually married to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. She went to graduate school while you guys were in Pittsburgh, correct?
That's right.
And she ended up working in the nuclear engineering field, correct?
She was working in that field when I met her.
And then near the end of 2022, you and Ariel decide to move to Oahu, right?
To Maui.
I'm sorry, Maui. And you moved and you closed on a house at 19 Pu'uehu Place on December 14th, 2022. Is that right?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was around that time, yeah.
The sale price of that house was $1.5 million, correct?
That's right.
And together you and Ariel had a down payment of $300,000, correct?
That's right.
And when you moved to Maui, you had a job lined up, right?
Yes.
That was at TAMG, correct?
Yes.
And TAMG is a group of anesthesiologists that provide services to all the different hospitals on Maui, correct?
The one hospital and surgery centers and some outpatient clinics.
And actually on the island of Maui, TAMG is the only provider of anesthesia services, correct?
We're the only big group of anesthesiologists. There's some independent anesthesiologists and I believe one CRNA that flies over to sometimes work at a plastic surgery outpatient center.
TAMG is the biggest group in town, right?
Yes.
And because of that, TAMG can set the prices, right?
No. We just went through contract renegotiation with the hospital, and we had to use research, based on salaries across the United States in comparable locations.
And that salary got you to your salary was then end up being between $500,000 and $6,000 per year. $500,000 and $600,000 per year, correct?
I never got to work under that contract for a full year. When I moved there, we were making between $300,000 and $400,000 a year.
Okay, so you were making $300,000 to $400,000 a year while you were after you moved to Maui from January 2023 to December 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
And Ariel found a contract position working remotely for a company called TerraPower. Is that right?
Yes.
Ariel made less than $200,000 per year, correct?
Yes.
You made substantially more money than Ariel, right?
Yes.
Okay. On March 24, 2025, you and Ariel came to, or were on Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And you came to Oahu because it was Ariel's birthday weekend, is that right?
That's right.
And Ariel's birthday is actually March 24th, correct?
Yes.
You bought the airline tickets for the trip, correct?
Yes.
And of course you bought round-trip tickets, right?
Yes.
So you were scheduled to go back to Maui on March 25th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
You booked the hotel for the weekend trip, correct?
I did.
You sent spa information to Ariel before the trip, right?
Yes.
And then you booked the spa, correct?
Yes.
You did not send Ariel electronically any information about the Polipuka hike, isn't that correct?
I don't think I did.
We're going to go back in time a little bit, Dr. Koenig. So yesterday you testified that you started to become suspicious of Ariel in October 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Some red flag behavior in like late September probably, but it was probably mostly in October when I got really suspicious.
Well, you testified yesterday that you only became suspicious in October after you heard a phone call. Isn't that right?
Specifically about Jeff Miller. But I was suspicious about her phone behavior prior to that Kauai trip in October.
And once you became suspicious, you went into what you called detective mode. Is that right?
Eventually.
Detective mode for you started with logging into Ariel's WhatsApp account, correct?
No. Detective mode started with me asking her why she's on her phone all the time.
And you logged into Ariel's WhatsApp account, correct?
Eventually.
And you would watch the messages every day, right?
I watched them for 48 hours.
You watched these messages as they were being sent, correct?
Some of them if I was at the computer when they arrived.
And the laptop that we've all seen in this so far, States Exhibit 240, I'll put it up on the screen.
Is in evidence.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Koenig, this is your laptop, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you logged into Ariel's WhatsApp from this laptop, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the messages between Jeff Miller and your wife, correct?
I did.
You downloaded those messages, correct?
Yes. Not from the laptop. I downloaded the messages from her phone, and then I saved some screenshots on the laptop.
We're going to publish now States 118, which is already in evidence. Okay, we have States 118 on the screen, Doctor. This is an email you sent to Bryant Bunting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the first attachment to this email is called Screen Time and Deleted Messages, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 2. This is the first page of that Word document, right?
Yes.
This is the Word document you created while in detective mode, right?
Yes.
And in this document, that picture at the top, and I'll zoom in, that's the screen of Ariel's phone, correct?
Yes.
You logged into Ariel's phone to take that picture, correct?
Yes.
You entered the passcode into her phone, right?
Yes.
You opened the application to show the screen time, right?
Yes.
And then you took this photo.
Yes, I did.
And then you wrote your thoughts underneath, isn't that right?
Yeah, I took notes.
You took notes, as you would do in detective mode, right?
Yeah.
Your first notes were calculating the number of hours she spent on the WhatsApp app, correct?
Yes.
You calculated it and you did some division based on how many work days there were, right?
I did.
And then you speculated about phone calls, correct?
Yes.
Move on to page 3. Page 3 of this shows other screenshots you took of Ariel's phone, correct?
Yes.
And this is other screenshots of every app that she was using, correct?
The Screen Time app keeps track of all of the apps that you use, and I think there's probably more, but I just did the first 3 pages.
You didn't stop with WhatsApp, did you?
No.
You looked into her entire phone, correct?
No, I looked it down to 3 pages of the Screen Time app.
You were in detective mode and you didn't look through her actual text messages?
I did look at the text message threads on her phone.
You looked at the text message threads on her phone, right?
I did not look through all of her text messages. I opened the texting app to see if there's anything that looked suspicious there. There wasn't, but really I went straight to WhatsApp because that was the most used application.
You looked through her emails, correct?
Not at this time. I did end up looking through her emails later, mostly with her consent. Like as I'm seeing her on her phone and she's writing an email, I'll be like, "Hey, who are you emailing? Can I see?" And then she'll show it to me.
This was after then you confronted her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's focus on this part of the detective mode for now. You looked at her phone calls, correct?
I looked at the phone calls that she made through WhatsApp. I didn't actually look at the phone calls on the phone.
Okay. So you're suspicious of your wife for 2 months already, right? When you do this.
Yes.
And you look through her WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
You don't look through all of her text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you don't look at her phone calls, right?
Right.
These are photographs of the screen of the phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't take a screenshot and send it to yourself, right?
Not of this, no.
Not for these photos.
Mm-mm.
Ariel didn't know you were taking these photos, isn't that right?
No.
Okay, we're going to move on to page 4 of this document. Oh. I'm sorry, we're going to move on to page 6 of this document. Now, actually, I'm sorry, we're going to just go to page 4. At the top of this document, this is still the Word document that we were talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay, it is called, again, Screen Time and Deleted Messages, right?
Yes.
So most of the page we're looking at is what you copied and pasted or downloaded from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
But the very top of this page says deleted messages from Sunday 12/1, parentheses, all deleted, right?
Yes.
You wrote that part.
I wrote
correct?
that part, yep.
Okay. So you were able to see and record all the deleted messages from Sunday, December 1st, 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you read these messages, right?
Yes, I did.
You read them, and starts out, we'll go for the first couple section. Mr. Miller says, "Good morning," right?
Yes.
He says, "I hope you're getting some good sleep," right?
Yes.
And you talked about his sleep, correct?
Yes.
Then Ariel says, "Good morning," right?
Yes.
There's nothing sexual in these messages, is there, Dr. Koenig?
No.
This is two people saying good morning to each other, right?
Yep.
And you were upset because in your mind, this is what spouses do, right?
Say good morning. I wasn't upset that they were saying good morning to each other. I was upset about the entire relationship that they had.
You're upset that they were talking at all like this.
Not just about good morning, about the whole thing.
About the whole thing, okay.
Yeah.
You talked about that they were sending each other links for music, right?
I did talk about that.
And those links are actually contained later on in this document, correct?
They were in earlier conversations. Can't remember where they are in the document.
We moved on now to page 5 of States 118. Actually, we'll just keep moving forward. Okay, so we're on page 6 now, and you included a screenshot of the WhatsApp now, correct?
Yes.
And part of the screenshot, we'll zoom in, is your note at the very top says these are deleted messages from Tuesday 12/3. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so far at this point in detective mode, you've looked at messages from 12/1, correct?
Yes.
You've also looked at messages from 12/2, correct?
Yes.
And now you're on to December 3rd, right?
That's right.
And December 3rd is the day that Ariel is going to San Luis Obispo, correct?
Yeah, she was actually not arriving until the next day, but she was leaving Maui on that day.
And then she had a layover in Arizona, correct?
That's correct.
And in this photo we're looking at here, Ariel is texting Jeff Miller about being on the plane and getting ready to go to sleep, correct?
Yeah, that's one of the messages that's on there. So this is just the messages that were not deleted by the end of the day that day. So there's a lot more messages that happened during the day, but she had deleted them in different parts of the day. But yeah, the last message on this page says, "I hope packing went well. I'm on the plane and ready to sleep."
All right. And then your notes about what you think about these messages continue onto the next page, correct?
Not really what I think about it. So I was keeping notes of when I took the screenshots and what I was seeing at the time, because the way the screenshots work on the computer is that I have to basically copy and paste the screenshot, and that takes some time. So sometimes in between me copying the page and pasting it into the Word document or somewhere else and saving it and going back, she had already deleted other messages. And so I would just take notes and say, like, this message was sent before I could screenshot it, or and then sometimes she would delete some of the messages, and then later she would go back and delete more, and so it created a very confusing bunch of screenshots that I had. And so I took notes to kind of help myself piece it back together at a later time, and if that makes sense.
Yep.
Not really my thoughts about what I was thinking about the screenshots at the time. Do you understand? I was just taking notes of like the order in which that they came in, and so I can make sense of the screenshots later.
And naturally you were upset as you did this, right?
I had a lot of different feelings at the time, suspicious and sad, and not happy.
Suspicious, sad, not happy, upset?
Yeah, that's probably fair to say.
Okay. All right, we're going to take this exhibit down. And again, this exhibit you actually emailed to a Mr. Bunting, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bunting was at the time your best friend, right?
Yes.
And
One of my best friends, yeah.
Mr. Bunting was married to a woman named Gianna, correct?
Gianna. It's spelled with a D, but she's Brazilian.
Okay. So he was married to a woman pronounced Gianna, correct?
That's correct.
And Gianna was Ariel's best friend, right?
One of her best friends, yeah.
So you send this email to Bryant Bunting on December 4th, 2024 at 3:33 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that's before you leave for this trip, correct?
Yes.
And this is a trip that's going to include you, Ariel, Bryant, and Gianna, correct?
Yes.
You also had 2 other attachments to Mr. Bunting, correct?
I don't remember if you could show me.
All right, we'll publish page 1 of this exhibit again.
Sorry, what number exhibit?
This is States 118. Okay, and we'll zoom in on the middle of the page to attachment names. There were 3 attachments to this email, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the first was screen time and deleted messages, right?
Yes.
And that's the document that we've gone through so far, correct?
Yes.
The second document is some saved chats with pictures, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those chats, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed the pictures, correct?
Yes.
Nothing sexual in those chats, right?
No.
Nothing sexual in those pictures, correct?
No.
And the last file is chat.txt, is that right?
Yes.
And this is what you actually download from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you download a chat from WhatsApp, you get a file with a txt, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said already that you were upset when you were reading these messages, correct?
Yes.
You were upset that she was talking about her personal life with another person, correct?
Yes.
You're upset that she was talking about her kids, right?
Yes.
You're upset that she was talking about the kids putting stuff up on the Christmas tree, right?
Yeah. I mean, in the context of the whole conversation, yeah, I was upset about that.
And you're upset that your wife was keeping these messages secret from you, correct?
Yes.
So before you confronted Ariel, you emailed these documents to your friend Brian, correct?
That's right.
And you actually emailed these documents to Bryant, before you even got on the plane, is that right?
That's right.
So before you even talked to Ariel about this at all, you were already telling Bryant, is that right?
That's right.
You didn't give Ariel a chance to explain herself about these, correct?
Not before I talked to Bryant that day, no.
And you also told Gianna, correct?
I did tell Gianna the next day that I was suspicious that she's having an affair.
So you told Ariel's best friend about your suspicions before you told Ariel, correct?
A few minutes before, yes.
You did that because you wanted Gianna and Bryant on your side, correct?
That's not correct.
You wanted Ariel's best friend to hear about this emotional affair from you, right?
No, that's not correct.
You didn't want Gianna to hear about this from Ariel, correct?
That's not true.
Well, you told Gianna first, isn't that right?
That's right.
You wanted Gianna and Bryant to judge Ariel, correct?
That's not true.
You wanted to isolate Ariel from her best friend, isn't that right?
That's absolutely not true.
So after you tell your best friend and Ariel's best friend about this, that's when you actually confront Ariel, correct?
That's correct.
And you're upset, right?
That's not the primary feeling at the time. I was feeling a lot of other feelings, but I was also upset.
You were mad, right?
I was not mad.
You were not mad when you confronted your wife about these messages.
I was upset.
Okay. It's natural to be mad in this sort of situation, isn't it?
It could be.
And in this confrontation, you called Ariel a lying bitch, right?
I did call her that at some point, not in the beginning of the disclosure.
You called her a whore, right?
I did call her a whore at some point. Again, I think within like the first 24 hours, and not during the initial disclosure.
And after this all came out, after you confronted Ariel, called her a lying bitch, called her a whore, you wanted her to move out of the house. Is that right?
That's right.
You used an example yesterday where you talked about somebody else moving out for about 3 months and staying in a hotel, correct?
That's right.
And that's what you wanted Ariel to do, right?
No.
You just said you wanted Ariel to move out of the house. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but you just asked if I wanted her to specifically move into a hotel for 3 months. I had no I did not want her to move out of the house for 3 months and go live in a hotel.
You just wanted her out.
I preferred to have her move out while we're dealing with the aftermath of her having an affair.
And Ariel didn't want to move out of the house. Is that right?
We both didn't want her to move out of the house. We both decided that together after talking about it.
You just said just a minute ago that you wanted her to move out, right?
That was my preference in the beginning, and then we decided that we're not going to do that. There's
Okay.
plenty of examples of people holding contradictory beliefs, and then you talk about it and think about it and figure out which way you're going to go.
Dr. Koenig, Ariel's children were 4 years old and 18 months old at the time that you wanted her to move out. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
No mother would want to move out of the house with their kids that age, would they?
I wouldn't think so.
But that's what you wanted, right?
I wanted her to move out of the house for us to deal with the affair, and I didn't want her to move out of the house and harm her children. I wanted both.
Now, another thing that you wanted is we wanted Ariel to quit her job, right?
That's right.
And this is the remote worker job that she was able to find on Maui, correct?
Yes,
There are no nuclear power plants on Maui, right?
that's correct.
So if Ariel wanted to stay in her career and advance her career, she had to work remotely, right?
That's correct.
If you were to stay on Maui, right?
Yes.
And once Ariel quit her job, as was your plan, she would have been 100% dependent on you and your salary, correct?
She would be dependent on our assets, which were all shared. We had a shared savings account. We had a home that was shared. We had vehicles that were shared. We had food in the house that's shared. I mean, we had a lot of things in the house, and they were all shared. We would lose her income as a family for a short period of time. She has a very good resume. She would be able to get a job, probably within a few months. But if it took a few months, we were prepared for that.
When Ariel quit her job, as was your plan, you would be the only breadwinner, correct?
I would have the only one with a paycheck coming in while she didn't have a job. That is correct.
She would be dependent on you and your goodwill to keep a roof over her kids' heads, right?
No.
She would be dependent on you and your paycheck to keep her kids fed, right?
No.
You wanted Ariel to give up her career, correct?
No.
You wanted to make sure Ariel never had contact with Jeffrey Miller again, right?
That was my strong preference, for her to not have contact with Mr. Miller ever again.
And in order to do that, you wanted access to Ariel's phone at all times. Isn't
That
that
is
right?
absolutely not correct.
You actually had Ariel's phone in December 2024, isn't that right?
I wouldn't say that. Like, her phone, at many points in time, I had her phone in my hand. I would not characterize it the way you just did.
And you monitored her communications in December 2024 after you confronted her, isn't that right?
I, on several occasions, asked to see who she was communicating with, and she would show me. And the only time that I monitored her communications was for 48 hours when I was watching the WhatsApp messages, and most of those I was watching on my computer, not on her phone.
So today you're saying you were only monitoring her communications a little bit, right?
I don't know what you mean by a little bit. I just described to you how I was monitoring her communications.
Yesterday you testified about what you thought Ariel needed to do, isn't that right?
That's correct.
You testified that she needed to, quote, proactively give up privacy, correct?
Yes.
And you also said that she needed to be okay with giving up her privacy. Is that right?
That's right.
That's what you wanted, right?
That's what I wanted.
She didn't end up doing that, did she?
No.
And that upset you, right?
Although she did do it. she did do it initially. She did it in San Luis Obispo, and she did it for a very short period of time in Maui, and then sporadically again in December. And honestly, she changed her behavior. So in January, February, March, she was not, like, I didn't feel like she was hiding her phone from me anymore. I didn't feel, and I knew her passcode hadn't changed. So she was doing a lot of those things.
You knew her passcode hadn't changed, right? You just said that.
That's right.
The only way to know that is by testing it, right?
No, you could also see them put in their passcode. And when somebody's sitting next to you and they're not hiding their phone, you can easily see who they're writing, what they're saying. You can easily see their passcode. And if somebody's not worried about sharing the passcode with the person sitting next to them, you're basically showing it to them, and that's what's going on.
So you watched what Ariel was doing on her phone in person, right?
Yes.
Now, another thing you mentioned yesterday is that you believed the cheating spouse needs to put in the work, right?
That's not what I said.
You testified that the cheating spouse needs to put in the work, right? You said that.
I wouldn't characterize it like that. I would not say the work. The way you're making it sound is like there's only one work to be done. The work that needs to be done to heal a relationship after any kind of issue like this involves both parties. And I was talking specifically about the part that the cheating spouse has to commit to doing. I was not saying that was the only work that needed to be done, like you're implying.
Dr. Kuna, if we could not go into anything implied, I'm just asking you a question, okay? I'm asking you what you said.
Your Honor, he's trying to answer the questions, should be allowed to answer it.
It's non-responsive.
But that was not, he's asking questions, he's answering.
Is there an objection?
My objection is to him reprimanding the witness when all he's doing is answering the question. That's my objection.
Overruled.
Now, you testified, I'm sorry, after you confronted Ariel about this affair, you wanted her to meet your physical needs, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it like that.
You wouldn't characterize it as Ariel being unwilling to meet your physical needs? Would you?
I would characterize that I was in a relationship with Ariel for 8 years, and we had a physical relationship, and I had physical needs as part of that physical relationship prior to me finding out about the affair, and I had physical needs after the affair as well.
Okay. And she's a regular, we're talking about sex here, right, doctor?
No, I'm talking about physical intimacy with the person that I love the most, which includes sexual and non-sexual intimacy.
You believe that Ariel should meet your sexual needs after you confronted her about this affair, correct?
No.
You don't believe that?
Your Honor, can we approach?
All right, so we have they are approaching, the defense is approaching, coming back now.
Dr. Koenig, after you confronted Ariel, you needed her to meet your sexual needs, correct?
No.
That's your testimony today.
Yes.
Ariel stopped having sex with you on December 24th, 2024, correct?
The last time that Ariel and I had sex was on December 24th, 2024. We did not have sex after that, and we both decided not to have sex after that.
You're upset that she wouldn't have sex with you, right?
That is not true.
When Ariel didn't have sex with you, you believe she was withdrawing from the relationship, isn't that right?
That's not true.
Ariel didn't want to have sex with you anymore, isn't that right?
That's not true.
Ariel was unwilling to quit her job, right?
She was willing to quit her job initially, and then later she was unwilling to quit her job. That's correct.
Ariel was unwilling to give up her privacy to you forever, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Ariel was unwilling to move out of the house and away from her children, correct?
Yes.
Ariel was unwilling to have sex with you whenever you demanded it, isn't that right?
Can you ask the question again?
Ariel was unwilling to have sex with you whenever you demanded it, isn't that right?
I never demanded sex, so that's not right.
Now, you were 46 years old at the time this was happening, right?
That's correct.
And after you call a woman a lying bitch and a whore, it makes sense that they don't want to have sex with you, right?
Objection argumented, Your Honor.
Sustain.
You still wanted Ariel to have sex with you after you called her a lying bitch, right?
We had sex in December, and that was after we had that conversation, yes.
You were upset that Ariel was still talking to Gianna about you, right?
No?
You testified yesterday that you were upset that Gianna called you a monster, right?
I was upset. Well, that made me suspicious of how Ari was characterizing both the affair and our relationship at the time to Gianna.
And this is after you wanted to have Ariel move out of the house away from her kids, right?
Actually, this was during. At the time that she made that comment, we were in an argument where I was asking her to move out.
At the time she made that comment. Is this the argument you mentioned on December 26, 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
That went into December 27th.
The argument went into December 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So this argument happens. You're still mad, right?
And again, I wouldn't characterize my emotion as mad. Whenever we talked, I was certainly upset, but not mad.
This argument where Ariel told you that Gianna called you a monster, this is after you told her to quit her job, right?
I asked her to quit her job. I didn't tell her to quit her job. I asked her to quit her job as part of us healing from the affair at the beginning of December. I actually didn't ask her to quit her job at any point in time after that. I had asked her to give me updates on how the job search is going, but only in probably the first couple weeks of December, and then we never talked about it again. It was obvious that she wasn't looking for a job anymore, and at that point in time, we were discussing other things in the relationship. So the last time I had asked her to quit her job to help us heal from the affair was in the beginning of December.
So your testimony today is you just let this go? You just let this go about her job?
No, I did not. I did not let it go. I put a pin in it, basically. I put that issue on hold while we were dealing with other things in the relationship.
Let me go back in time a little bit, Dr. Koenig, back to early December. You looked up somebody called Andrea Miller on LinkedIn, is that right?
That's right.
LinkedIn is a social media site used for professional networking, is that correct?
That's correct.
and you need a specific type of account or access to a type of account to find out the email for another person, correct?
I think I don't use LinkedIn very often, so I'm not sure who, excuse me, whose email addresses you have access to and whose you don't, without certain features of the program.
Well, on December 5th, 2024, you actually purchased what's called a Sales Navigator Core account on LinkedIn. Is that right?
Yes, I signed up for a free trial of that feature of the LinkedIn account, specifically to get access to Andrea Miller's email account or email address.
So you signed up to find Andrea Miller's email address,
Yes,
right?
I did.
And you found her email address, correct?
Yes,
And on December 6, 2024, at 8:24 a.m. Hawaii time, you sent an email to Andrea Miller, correct?
I don't remember the exact date or time, but that sounds right. And yes, I did email her.
Okay, we'll put States Exhibit 108 already in evidence up onto the screen. This is the email you sent to Andrea Miller, correct?
That's correct.
You sent it on December 6, 2024 at 8:24 a.m. Is that right?
That's right.
And the address too is the email address that you found from Andrea Miller from LinkedIn, correct?
Yes.
That's her work email address, right?
I don't know.
Kyndryl is a financial services company, correct?
I don't know.
In that email, you testified yesterday that the purpose of this email was simply to let Miss Miller know what's happening. Is that right?
That's correct.
And at the start of this email, that's what you do, right? You tell her about what you think about Jeff and Ariel, and you call it an inappropriate relationship, right?
Yes, that's how I describe it.
You didn't call it an affair, right?
I did not.
You didn't call it an emotional affair, right?
I did not.
You just called it inappropriate relationship.
That's right.
And then you provided her your phone number, is that right?
Yes.
You provided her your email, correct?
Yes.
And those are your contact information, so you're free to provide those things, right?
Yes.
And then you provided her with Ariel's phone number and email, correct?
That's correct.
You provided her with Ariel's cell number, is that right?
That's right.
And Ariel's personal email, correct?
Yes.
You provided that because you wanted Andrea Miller to contact Ariel, didn't you?
I just wanted her to have the option of contacting all of us and talking to all of us and getting all of the information from as many people as possible so she could make a decision about what she wanted to do with this information with her family.
The only purpose for including Ariel's contact information is so that she can contact Ariel. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And you wanted Andrea Miller to contact Ariel to yell at her, right?
That's not true.
You wanted Andrea Miller to contact Ariel to humiliate and punish Ariel. Isn't that right?
That is absolutely not true.
You offered Andrea Miller the text messages, correct?
I did. All right. I don't know if I did or not. I don't think I offered it to her. I just said I just said
I can share with you what I have if you would like.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I did.
You also sent Miss Miller a contact request through LinkedIn directly, correct?
That's correct.
Andrea Miller never replied to your email, isn't that right?
That's right.
Andrea Miller never replied to you on LinkedIn, isn't that right?
That's right.
On December 12th, I'm sorry, I'm going to take the exhibit down. On December 12th, 2024, you ordered the first of a several series of audiobooks about affairs, correct?
I don't remember the exact date, but that sounds right.
The first book you ordered was called The State of Affairs, is that right?
That's right.
And as it states in the title, it's a book about having affairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 2 days later, on December 14th, 2024, at 10:45 p.m., you opened a PDF file on your computer from your prior divorce proceedings. Is that right?
I have no recollection of that.
We're going to publish dates 113, already in evidence. Now, you, on December 14, 2024, opened up a PDF file called Bank of America Amex E-Statement 2015-12-24.pdf, right?
I have no recollection of this.
You have no recollection.
Mm-mm.
All right, well, let's zoom in on the photo. The file system last access date and time of this document was December 14th, 2024 at 10:45 p.m., correct?
I can see that, yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Let's go to the file path, Dr. Koenig. This is under the username G. Koenig, correct?
Yes.
That's your username, right?
Yes.
Your files are contained under that username. Is that
Yes.
right? The next folder is the Dropbox folder. Is that right?
That's correct.
You use Dropbox, correct?
I do?
You have a Dropbox that has subfolders in it, correct?
Yes.
The next subfolder is called JPR. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's a subfolder that you created, correct?
Yes.
That's a subfolder that means Jessica Patella Ray. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And under Miss Ray's subfolder, or Miss Patella Ray's subfolder, you have a separate subfolder called Divorce. Isn't that right?
Yes, I created that.
You made that folder, correct?
Yes.
And in that folder, there's another folder, right?
Yes.
And that's for 2016-04 hearing. Isn't that right?
That's right.
This is a hearing about your divorce from April 2016, correct?
Yes.
And the last subfolder is supportive documents. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And in that supportive documents folder, the supportive documents are for this April 2016 hearing, correct?
Right.
These are the documents that you want to bring to your divorce hearing, right?
Yeah.
And the
It was a long
document-
time ago, but that was probably all the supporting documents that my lawyer needed for that hearing. And this was a Bank of America Amex statement from 10 years prior. So
A long time ago.
I have no recollection of looking at a Bank of America Amex statement from 10 years prior on this date. I don't remember doing that.
You don't remember at all.
Mm-mm. And I mean, it says file system last access. I don't know if that gets triggered if like a file is copied or something like that, because I was looking through the documents when they were presented into evidence earlier in the week, and there were a few that I did not recall accessing on those times. Many I do recall accessing.
But this one
But
about
this is-
divorce,
this is
you're
what-
saying you don't.
I don't recollect accessing that. No.
Now, on December 14th,
And I can't think of a reason why I would have.
you can't. There's no reasonable reason for you to be accessing this. Is that right?
There's no. I can't think of a reason why I was looking at a Amex statement from 10 years prior on December 14th, 2024.
This is a document that you needed to prepare for your prior divorce, correct?
Correct.
This is in the middle of December 2024, correct?
That this document was accessed?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, the very next day, we'll take this one down, and we're going to go chronologically. The very next day, on December 15th, 2024, at 8:17 a.m., you viewed a January 2022 pay stub for your wife, Ariel Koenig. Is that correct?
I don't recall that, but I that sounds more plausible that I had done that. But I don't specifically recall that date and looking at that document.
We'll publish dates 125. This is the metadata, correct? Oh, I'm sorry, this is not page 1. All right, publishing page 1 of states 125. Okay. The last access date is December 15th, 2024 at 8:17 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the file path for this is looking through your 2022 taxes. Is that right?
It's ours. So we have a shared folder on Dropbox called The Big Love Party and Other Super Fun Stuff that I created when we were planning our wedding. And so this is a shared folder on Dropbox that both Ari and I have access to. And this is in the taxes folder within the shared, because I put all of our shared financial information in the shared drive that she has access to, and she put things that she wanted to share with me in it as well. And so this is in our shared taxes folder, and it's in specifically a subfolder that's for her pay stubs.
And so you wanted to look up Ariel's pay stub from January 2022, and you wanted to look that up on December 15th, 2024.
Yeah, that seems more.
The only information
more
contained in this
plausible.
document is about Ariel's pay from 1 month. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, it's simply just a pay stub telling you how much she got paid, right?
Yes.
Do you want me to go to the pay stub so you can see?
No.
We'll take the exhibit down. And you're looking at this pay stub the day after you're looking at this document from your prior divorce. Isn't that right?
No, 'cause I don't recall looking at that Amex statement.
So you just don't recall again?
I don't recall looking at that Amex statement at all.
Tell me where there's a convenient break, Mr. Garner.
Okay. We're getting close. All right. We're going to keep going forward in time. December 18th, 2024 now. You purchase your second audiobook. Is that right?
I think you've already mentioned 2. Isn't this the 3rd then? I mean, I don't remember. I purchased many audiobooks, but I think we've already talked about 2.
So far we've talked about The State of Affairs. Is that right?
That's right.
Which other book?
Oh, okay. Okay. So this must be the second one. I don't remember which order they're in, but I know I purchased multiple.
Okay. Let's just put up the exhibit so we're not confused about the order, okay?
Okay.
States 106. All right, publishing, page 2. Okay. This book you purchased on December 18th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And this book is called After the Affair, the 3rd edition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the same day, you purchased the 3rd book, correct? We'll go to page 3. This one you bought on December 18th, 2024 at 11:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the one you mentioned in your testimony yesterday, How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair, correct?
That's correct. There was 2 books with the same title, actually, that we both listened to.
Got it. So there's actually a second book with the exact same title, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that book's on page 4 of this exhibit, correct?
That's it. Yep.
Okay, and you purchased these on the same day, although you purchased the second one later in the afternoon at around 2 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it looks like. Yep.
Okay. 2 books with exactly the same name, right?
Yes.
That could get confusing if you want to talk about them, right?
Yes.
Take the exhibit down. This book, How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair. That's directed at the wayward partner, correct?
Yes.
It's directions on the quote, cheating person that they have to follow, correct?
Well, I mean, it goes into everything that needs to be done, but and it does it in a way that it explains why those things need to be done. So it was very helpful for me to read as well, because I understood all that needed to be done to kind of fix the relationship. And it does talk about some things that the other spouse has to do as well, but it's primarily focused on what the cheating spouse has to do.
So in your mind, this book is primarily geared towards Ariel, but you just wanted to read it too, correct?
No, like I said, the book describes very well what needs to happen after an affair, and the vast majority of what needs to be done in the initial stages is by the cheating spouse, but it does go into what the other person has to do, and it's geared for both partners. The title is How to Help Your Spouse Heal from the Affair, but the contents of the book is for both parties.
And this book is where you got these terms, or these things you told us yesterday that you believed Ariel needed to do, correct?
This is one of the books
Okay.
that I used, yeah.
This is where you, I guess you had the idea that she should quit her job before you read this book, right?
That's right.
Okay. But this book supported that idea for you, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And this book, again, as you just talked about, is the one that got that idea that the cheating spouse needs to put in work, right?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
This book also helped you with that idea that the cheating spouse needs to put in work. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is, again, the book that supports your idea that the cheating spouse needs to give up their privacy, right?
Proactively give up privacy as part of the healing process for a period of time, yes.
All right. We move forward a couple of days, so now would be a good time for recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 10-minute recess. Come back at 11:40. We'll go until 12:30. All rise.
All right, and this is going to be a 10-minute recess in the trial. So, it has been a very... so far, we have seen the prosecution trying to discredit the witness. We have seen him, and it's... and the question would be, is it working or not working or making it discreditable? Like I was saying last night, the thing is that, is it going to work? Or is it going to just make the case look stronger for the defendant? Hello, Brig. Salute to you too. Awesome. Moki says his story is plausible. Yeah, it seems definitely that from the way he's doing it, what he's saying, that it's plausible, definitely. And let's see, and like I said last night, if a syringe was part of some plot, why didn't he do it at home when she was sleeping, not when she's around to see it? Yeah, exactly. That is a good point, because if she is sleeping, he could get the syringe and do it, and at nighttime, no one would see him, rather than doing something in broad daylight. Zoe, yeah, they're something else, yeah, and yeah. Oh, and Aaron said it offended her too. Yeah, there was a point in the trial when he was blowing his nose, and looks like some people were upset. All right, and Namoki said Aaron didn't miss much. Prosecutor didn't land anything. Yes, and he had a testimony yesterday with his attorney, and they both. Seems to have changed the tides of the trial. Now, he admitted it was wrong what he did, of course, and I completely stand by what he did. Was not right. But it is still a little bit different than what was originally thought. It seems, but of course people can have their different views and perspectives about the case. It is good to see what the various ideas are. I will also mention what I mentioned last night with a syringe would not be the best idea to do that, because you would have to inject somebody while they're fighting back, and it wouldn't really work. Chloroform would be better to use, although I don't do things like this. I don't recommend people do stuff like this. It's not something that people should do. Okay, that disclaimer out the way. So you take like a napkin, you put it on their face, and then, that'd be much easier. And then throw them off the cliff. Or hit him over the head with something. Yeah, the syringe seems a little bit not the greatest idea. All right, and want to read this right here. Aaron says, I'm still stuck on a couple of things. One, gone for 6 hours after. Okay. 2, he called the son. 3, the syringe could have been a subdue loss off a cliff. Yeah, so let's see. Him gone for 6 hours. Like, you mean like when he was. Okay, 4, allegedly she pushed him and he walked towards her rather than walking away or backing off the confession. Okay, Miss C, understood. Let's see. Oki said, 1, going to off himself. 2, Emil misunderstood him saying, she said I was trying to delete her. Number 3, no syringe. Aaron, I mean, it can be emotional manipulation, or it could be a final goodbye. That is the thing to see, because yesterday, in his testimony, what he was talking about was, she seems like, from my opinion, Shaq can correct me, that this Ariel had no intentions of stopping the affair, and it seemed like a very serious affair than what was originally pondered. Although he admitted he was wrong for the attack, and I think he was wrong for the way he attacked her, or however it happened. Maybe she attacked him first, however it went. But what she did was, in that scenario, it's like a valve, and it blows up. Although it was wrong, that is what occurred. Now, in that scenario, as I said, the syringe wouldn't be a good idea to do, because it wouldn't exactly work. Right. Okay. And let's see. So he said, yeah, Aaron, people who are really crushed could have wanted to say goodbye, not thinking clearly. Right. Yeah, and he does admit that he answers the questions. He does admit, and he does get emotional, which he. And if Aaron, if you think he was faking it, he's a better actor than Amber Heard. But yeah, he definitely. There seems to be some holes in a narrative about the original idea of the case. Understood, Aaron. Understood. Moki doesn't know who to believe. All right. You are right, Aaron. They were both reasonable on the stand. Now, he showed more emotion than she did. Although that's not really, important factor. And Angel said, husband attempted the essay, the self-deletion. He called 5-year-old niece goodbye. Yeah, they aren't thinking rationally. It's true. Yeah, Aaron, you are free to disagree here. It's fine. And yes, cheaters are good at foiling people. or foiling people. Good at fooling people. Got it. Aaron, Loki said, Aaron, you are so dumb. Aaron says, I already know. Y'all are funny. Zoe said, get lost, Aaron. Yeah. You see, this chat is much better. Like, you know, the way y'all handle this. Very well done. Or you said, anyone that thinks differently than me is a big dummy. All right. Looks like there's movement. Let's see. Angel says there isn't presence of mind in the moment. They think they are doing the world. They think they're doing the world and family a favor by not being a bother anymore. Oh, that is so true, Moki. Yeah. And Zoe said, and let's see. You are absolutely right, Angel. You know, the emotions are high, and there's not a logical reasoning at play in that moment. Definitely.
State provided agency 1CBC-25-873. Dr. Koenig is on the stand, and so are all four counsel of record are present. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Mr. Garner, can we continue on with the cross-examination?
All right, Dr. Koenig, the last question I asked you was about December 18th. Now I'm going to move forward a couple days to December 21st. Okay?
Okay.
On December 21st, I'm sorry, I'm going to publish December 21st, 2024 at 2:49 p.m. You opened a PDF file on your computer that was a November 2022 retirement account statement for Ariel. Is that right?
I don't recall doing that specifically, but that sounds like something I would do, yes.
That sounds like something you would do, is what you just said?
Yes.
And as of November 2022, Ariel had a retirement account, correct?
Yes.
And that retirement account, again, as of 2022, was valued at $191,439, correct?
I don't remember that exact number, but that sounds about right.
Was that number
is this
accurate?
Yeah, yes.
And in November 2022, you were the primary beneficiary of that account, correct?
That's correct.
That means that if anything happened to Ariel, you would get that money, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish States Exhibit 125, page 7, or page 3. This is the metadata for the account that you accessed on, or for the document you accessed on December 21st, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and this is the Westinghouse November 2022 statement, correct?
Yes.
And this is the first page of the statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the top right, it says total value of the account, $191,439, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, take that down. December 24th, 2024, at 3:36 a.m., you accessed a document from 2018 on your computer, correct?
I don't recall that.
I'm going to publish dates 125 at page 7. On December 24th, 2024, at 3:36 a.m., you accessed a PDF, correct?
I have no recollection of accessing this. This is a document that talks about.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, the last access date and time from this metadata is December 24th, 2024 at 3:36 a.m. Correct, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And the file is located in a folder called PIT or Dropbox/RE/PIT tuition benefits, correct?
That's correct.
And the specific document discusses the tuition that paid for Ariel's master's degree, correct?
I don't. That's part of it. Until I see the document, I can't tell exactly what it is, but I think it talks about, because I was
Go to page 8.
Well, can you let him finish? Go ahead.
I was an employee of University of Pittsburgh, and through that we got some benefits that helped pay for her MBA that she was doing at University of Pittsburgh.
So that's just what I asked, right?
Well, is there a question? That's the next question.
That is the question. Is that what I just asked?
Can you remind me what you just asked?
I asked if the document was about how the education benefits from Pittsburgh that paid for Ariel's graduate degree.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I actually have the document on the screen. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And your benefits from working at Pittsburgh, at the University of Pittsburgh, paid for Ariel's education, correct?
Not completely. It defrayed some of the costs.
And this document is how you started that process to get parts of her master's degree paid for, correct?
Yes, that's the application form, I believe.
The title of this document is Request for Education Benefits Form for a Spouse/Domestic Partner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you were looking at this document at 3:36 a.m. on December 24th, correct?
I have no recollection of looking at this document in December. And I don't know why I would be doing it at 3:36 a.m.
Okay. And December 24th, obviously Christmas Eve, correct?
Christmas Eve, like Christmas Eve morning. Basically.
The middle of the night.
Middle of the night,
But
right?
yes, right?
Yes.
3:36 a.m. and you have no idea why you would be looking at this document, right?
No.
You have no idea why you would be looking up the benefits that Ariel got from your job, right?
Right.
On December 24th, 2024, at 3:36 in the morning, you were upset about this emotional affair, correct?
No.
You were
I was
thinking
probably sleeping.
that you paid for Ariel's education and this is how she repays you, right?
No.
So your testimony today is that you were not thinking that, right?
Yes.
Your testimony today is you have no idea why you were looking at these benefits, right?
Yeah, I don't remember looking at this, and I don't remember the reason, if I did.
And you testified you have no idea why you would have looked at it in the first place. Is that right?
Not at this time, no.
All right, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 105. I'll make sure we start at page 1. All right, publishing States 105 at page 1. This exhibit is your Reddit internet history, correct, Dr. Koenig?
Yes.
This is from December 24th, 2024 at 4:34 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And you're looking at a website or a webpage titled Lying Again. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that sounds plausible.
This is less than an hour after you're looking at those education benefits. Isn't that right?
It's an hour after the timestamp, but I don't recall looking at that tuition benefit. But I do recall being on Reddit in December, and I can't remember exactly when and where. But maybe I was up at 4:30. That sounds plausible.
That sounds plausible.
Yes.
All right. Later that day, so we're still on Christmas Eve, at 12:49 p.m., you emailed yourself 3 separate files, correct?
I don't recall.
12:49 p.m., Christmas Eve, you emailed yourself 3 files, all related to Jeff Miller. Isn't that right?
I don't recall.
We'll publish dates 119, the first page. On December 24th, 2024 at 12:26 p.m., you sent an email from your gkoenig@proinbox.com email to the same email address with an attachment called WhatsApp chat jeffmiller.zip, correct?
Yes.
And then we're going to publish states 120, the first page, the metadata. At 12:20 p.m. on the same day, Christmas Eve, you sent yourself WhatsApp chat jeffmiller2.zip, correct?
That's correct.
And states 121 with the metadata page, the first page. On the same date, December 24th, 2024 at 12:20 p.m., you sent a third email to yourself, right?
That's correct.
And this was with WhatsApp chat jeffmiller3.zip. Is that right?
Yes.
So, going through our timeline on Christmas Eve, 3:36 in the morning, document about Ariel's financial benefits from your job, correct? That's what's being opened on your computer.
Yes.
4:34 a.m., you start your Reddit search about lying again, correct?
I don't know if I started it but I was looking at that thread at 4:34 p.m.
12:20 p.m., you send yourself these emails, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that on December 24th, 2024, you were thinking about this affair, correct?
Yes.
You were upset about this affair, correct?
I was hurt and confused and a lot of things. And I was probably upset too. Yes.
Okay. We'll move on to Christmas, Dr. Koenig. We're going to publish now States Exhibit 105 at page 6. Okay, now it's on the screen. At 3:23 a.m. on December 25th, 2024, you go back to that Reddit website, correct?
Yes.
This is Christmas now, right?
Yes.
Christmas Day, 3:23 a.m., you're on Reddit, right?
Yes.
And you look at Reddit around that time, 3:30 a.m., for a couple different posts, right?
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible, yeah.
And then later in the day, the afternoon now at 2:16 p.m., you go back and look at another Reddit post on the same subreddit, correct?
I don't recall the exact date and time, but that sounds plausible, yes.
On December 25th, 2024, at 2:19 p.m., you went to a Reddit page with a post titled, "Can't Have Physical Relationship with WP Anymore." Isn't that correct?
I don't recall, but it sounds plausible.
We're going to publish States 105, page number 20. This is that page you visited at 2:19 p.m. on Christmas, correct?
Yes.
And the title of that page is "Can't Have Physical Relationship with WP Anymore," correct?
Yes.
WP is wayward partner, is that right?
Yes.
And in your relationship, in your mind, the wayward partner is Ariel. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
So you're thinking about the physical relationship at this time, correct?
That's one of the things, yeah, that I was thinking about and reading about.
Just a few minutes later, you search a term on Reddit called Darvo, correct?
I don't recall when I did that, but I do recall searching for that term, yes.
We'll publish 105 at page 24. This is that search, isn't that right, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And this is not a specific post about the word Darvo. This is actually a search for information about the word Darvo, correct?
That's correct.
And you know what that acronym means, right?
Yes.
The D stands for deny, right?
Yes.
The A stands for attack, correct?
Yes.
And the RVO are all connected together, and they mean reverse, victim, and offender. Is that right?
That's right.
So in order to use that strategy first, the accused will deny the accusation, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that in a different way or clarify?
The first step under the D in deny means the accused will deny the accusation, correct?
I mean, Darvo refers to a thing that.
Objection, non-responsive.
He's answering the question.
Objection sustained.
Can you ask the question one more time?
The D in Darvo,
Stands for deny.
and the first step is, or that means that the person accused will deny the accusation, correct?
That's correct.
The A stands for attack, right?
Right?
And that step is the person accused will attack the accuser's credibility. Is that right?
It stands for attacking the accuser in many different ways, not just their credibility. But that's one of the ways in which they could be attacked. Yes.
So you can attack credibility, right?
Yes.
You can attack them in other ways, correct?
That's right.
You can attack them with irrelevant information, right?
Lots of different things.
Lots of different ways you can do the attack, right?
That's correct.
And the last section of Darvo, the RVO, again stands for reverse, victim, and offender, right?
Yes.
And that's when the perpetrator portrays themselves as the victim, correct?
That's right.
Darvo is a tactic used by individuals or institutions to deflect blame and responsibility for harmful actions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to move on to the next day, Doctor. December 26, 2024, at 6:47 a.m., you reviewed your 2018 tax notes. Is that correct?
I don't recall that specifically, but that sounds plausible.
Okay. I'm going to publish the metadata page, so the first page of States Exhibit 114. Okay. You can look at the screen, Doctor.
Yes.
On December 26, 2024, at 6:47 a.m., you accessed a document called 2018 Taxes GK Notes,
Yes.
correct? This document is your notes about the taxes you paid in 2018, correct?
It's the document that I create that has all the information that I give to our accountant so that to help them do our taxes. So I make a document every year, and for the next year I copy and paste the previous year's document, and then I just change the information and send it to them. Yes. So it does have how much we paid in taxes, but it also has a bunch of other stuff in there.
And you said then for the next year, each year you'll copy and paste the last year because obviously you just want to use the most recent year, correct?
That's right.
But the day after Christmas, you're looking at your notes from 2018, correct?
Seems so, yes.
And in those notes, you discuss, or you have the information, how much child support you paid in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
You have how much alimony you paid in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
You paid about $29,000 a year in child support in 2018, correct?
That's right.
You paid about $6,000 in alimony in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And this was to your ex-wife, Jessica Patella-Ray. Is that right?
That's right.
Dr. Koenig, this is 2018 money we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Inflation has clearly gone crazy since 2018, right?
That's right.
So in 2024 dollars, that'd be quite a lot more, right?
It would be more. I'm not sure how much more. And actually, I don't know. Child support is a calculation, so I'm not sure if. But yeah, I'm sure they make adjustments for inflation. Yeah.
How much money were you making in 2018 again?
Probably $350,000.
So you were making less money than you made in 2024, correct?
About the same, actually. I took a significant pay cut when I moved to Maui.
Dr. Koenig, isn't it true that these tax notes that you have say you actually made $446,000 in 2018?
If whatever's on the tax notes is accurate, so if I said 350, then I misspoke. What was the final number?
I'll publish the exhibit now, and this is page 2 of the exhibit. Okay. So you made $446,000 in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. While we're talking about December 26th, we do need to follow up, Dr. Koenig, because you mentioned that you had a big fight with Ariel on that day, correct?
That's correct.
The same day you're looking up your tax documents with your alimony and child support, you get into a fight with Ariel, is that right?
The same day that I look at the tax documents that has a lot of information on it, including the alimony and child support, I get into a fight with Ariel. That's correct.
And given the fact that you looked at these tax documents at 6:47 a.m., the fight was after that, correct?
Yes.
The fight was during the daytime, correct?
It was at night.
So the night of December 26th, you get into this fight with Ariel, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the second time in this fight that you tell Ariel to move out, right?
It's the second time that I ask her to move out if she doesn't take accountability for the affair. That's correct.
It's the second time that you ask Ariel to leave her 18-month-old, right?
That's correct.
It's the second time that you ask her to leave her 4-year-old, right?
Well, that's not correct. I wasn't asking her to leave the children. She would move 200 yards down the street to her parents' house and see the children as often as she wanted to, but she would not be physically living in our house anymore. So that is not correct. I did not ask her to leave the children.
So you have this fight with Ariel on the night of December 26th, correct?
Yes.
And then, on the morning of December 27th at 6:34 a.m., you look at Ariel's pay stub again, correct?
I don't recall that specifically, but it's the end of the year. I was probably looking at a bunch of tax documents and financial things, and I always get up early because I have to get up early for work, so that sounds very plausible.
It was the end of the year, and you wanted to look at tax documents. Is that what you just said?
That's all I can think of why I was looking at these documents then, is end of year finances.
This is 2024, right?
Yes,
The end of 2024, you want to start preparing your taxes for the year, right?
that's correct.
And you decide that the best way to prepare for your taxes of the year 2024, we're going to publish dates 125 at page 10. The best way to prepare for your taxes in 2024 is to look at how much money Ariel made in the month of January 2022.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
This document has nothing to do with how much money you'd pay in taxes in 2024, correct?
That's correct.
The same date, December 27th, 2024, you order a hidden voice recorder, correct?
That's right.
So the day after your fight with Ariel, right?
And the morning, and we were fighting that morning as well, so the same day.
You fought in the morning of the 27th as well?
That's right.
The same day that happens, you buy this hidden voice recorder, correct?
That's right.
You buy it from Walmart.com, right?
Yes.
And the device was advertised as a, quote, hidden voice recorder, correct?
Yes.
It was also advertised as a spy device, right?
Yes.
The recorder had a magnet on the back, correct?
Yes.
And that magnet made it so it'd be easier to hide, right?
Magnet made it so you can attach it to magnetic objects.
You could put it underneath the desk if the desk was metal, right?
You could do that.
You could put it behind a fridge if you wanted to, right?
If it's the right metal, yes.
And you testified yesterday that your purpose with this device was to secretly record Ariel, correct?
That's correct.
this device would also work just as well to leave in her home office. Isn't that correct?
You could, yeah, you could leave it, I mean, you can leave it wherever you want to leave it.
You could leave it in her home office to test out whether she was still talking to Jeff Miller, correct?
You could.
And on the same day, December 27th at 9:15 a.m., you looked into the WhatsApp login portal on your laptop. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what time did you say?
9:15 a.m., you logged into the WhatsApp login portal from your laptop, correct?
That sounds plausible, yes.
So as you're having this fight with Ariel in the morning, 9:15, around then, you log into WhatsApp, right?
Yes.
You want to find out who she's been talking to, what she's been saying, right?
No. I was logging into my WhatsApp.
You want to
At
find
that
out
point
if
in
Ariel's
time,
still... Sorry.
Let him finish.
At that point in time, I was not logged into her WhatsApp on my computer any longer, and I was using WhatsApp for my work, and I was logging into my WhatsApp.
So your testimony is that immediately after having this fight, after same day you're ordering this recorder to spy on Ariel, that you're logging into WhatsApp for other purposes.
Yes.
And on December 27, 2024, you order another audiobook. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You order an audiobook called Getting the Love You Want, right?
Oh, yes, I do, yes.
Okay. Let's walk us through December 27th again, Doctor. In the morning, 6:47 a.m. Sorry, let me get the time correct. In the morning at 6:34 a.m., you look at Ariel's January 2022 pay stub, correct?
Asked and answered. Going through it again here, just went through it.
Yes.
Yes. Is that the answer to my question?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Okay, we're going to review this December 27th, 2024, okay? So, 6:34 a.m., you look at Ariel's old tax document.
Asked and answered, Your Honor. Just went through this.
He didn't answer it.
I mean, about 8 minutes ago, we went through this.
He's answered no.
Yes.
Okay. You looked at her, or you also got into a fight with her that morning.
We continued an argument from the previous night.
Same day you order the hidden voice recorder.
Yes.
Same day you log into WhatsApp.
Asked
Yes.
and answered.
And same day you order this next audiobook, correct?
Yes.
Moving on now to December 29th, 2024. You looked up your wife's Facebook profile, correct?
Excuse me. I don't recall that specifically, but I probably did.
And you specifically went to her friends list, isn't that right?
Again, I don't recall that specifically, but I probably did.
Now, on December 30th, 2024, we're moving closer to New Year's, right?
Yes.
And on December 30th, 2024, you search LinkedIn again for Andrea Miller, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
You don't
Not
recall?
a specific day, but I do recall looking her up again later in December.
We'll publish Dates Exhibit 109 at page 4. You looked up Andrea Miller on LinkedIn on December 30th, 2024 at 6:49 a.m., correct?
Yes. I looked at her contact info.
She still hadn't replied to your email, right?
That's right.
She never called Ari to yell at her, right?
She never called Ari to do anything, as far as I know, actually. She might have, she didn't tell me, but as far as I know, Andrea never called Ari.
And then after searching for Andrea on LinkedIn this morning, you canceled your LinkedIn Sales Navigator Core account, correct?
That sounds right. I had to cancel it within 30 days, and so I probably went in LinkedIn to cancel the account and then also clicked on Andrea's profile.
This is page 5. This is the email confirming your cancellation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and this is at 6:56 a.m., is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so you look up her email and then you cancel. You look up her account and then you cancel, correct?
Yes.
And you say you canceled because you didn't want to pay the fee, is that right?
That's right. The only reason I signed up for that feature of the LinkedIn account was to be able to get Andrea Miller's contact info.
If you hadn't canceled it, it's in the realm of somewhere about $100 a month, is that right?
It's expensive.
So you got what you wanted, so you were done.
That's right.
And on that same day, December 30th, you also purchased a new audiobook, is that right?
I don't recall.
You purchased an audiobook called Not Just Friends on December 30th, 2024, is that right?
I do recall purchasing that book. I'm not sure of the exact date, but that sounds like the right time frame, yes.
And then on the same day, December 30th at 7:29 p.m., you opened up a spreadsheet on your computer, correct?
Probably. I work with spreadsheets very, very frequently.
On that date at 7:29 p.m., you opened a spreadsheet about your and Ariel's wedding, is that right?
I don't recall, but that sounds plausible, yes.
And in that spreadsheet, there was information about the wedding, correct?
There's a lot of information in the spreadsheet.
There's a guest list, right?
A guest list,
There was
Yes.
Tasks for you and Ariel to do to prepare, correct?
yes,
And there was the cost.
and a lot of other stuff.
There was the cost there, correct?
The cost was there too, yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Moving on now to December 31st. December 31st is Christmas Eve, right? I'm sorry, New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay, New Year's Eve, 8:38 p.m., you accessed a PDF file on your computer from that JPR divorce folder. Is that correct?
I don't recall doing that at all.
You don't recall?
No.
We'll go to States 113. We'll publish page 2. So, on December 31st, 2024, you can see the exhibit, right, Doctor?
Yeah.
Okay. On December 31st, 2024, at 8:38 p.m., on your computer, this document was opened up, correct?
Again, I don't recall opening up this document. I can't think of a reason why I would have opened up this document. Again, it's a credit card statement from 2016 that was part of the hearing on the divorce, but it's not even actually it's not even the document for the divorce hearing. It's just one of the credit card statements, and I have no recollection of opening this document at that time, and don't know why I did that, or if I did it. And that's what I'm saying, because it says file system last access. Like, so does that get triggered when something other than just opening the document happens? Because I don't recall opening up this document at all.
You said a lot
At
of
that
words there,
time.
but at the end of the day, you don't recall, correct?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
This document is in that same folder we talked about earlier, correct?
Yes,
This is supportive documents for your 2016 divorce hearing, correct?
that's correct.
And these are the kind of documents that you want to have to present in the hearing, correct?
That's correct.
They're financial documents that are relevant to a divorce, right?
That's right.
And this one's actually a bank statement about not yourself, correct?
It's a bank statement that was a credit card that was actually in my father's name during that time period. But we were. I'm trying to recall exactly. I think we had used it to transfer like a credit card balance that we had onto his credit card, because they were offering like a no interest, no payments for whatever, and we were using that to pay off this credit card. I was using it to pay off my credit card debt at a more favorable or zero interest rate. But yeah, that was a credit card in my dad's name.
So you included this document in your divorce hearing folder because it was relevant to your divorce, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, at 8:38 p.m. on New Year's Eve, you also looked up a March 2022 pay stub for Ariel Koenig, correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
At 8:38 p.m., the same time, on December 31st, 2024, the same date, you also looked up a March 2022 pay stub for Ariel Koenig. Is that right?
I don't recall doing that specifically, but that sounds plausible, yes.
We're going to publish dates 1 to 5, page 11. All right. Dr. Koenig, this is the metadata for that document, correct?
Yes, this is the data for that document, yes.
Okay. And the last access date and time is December 31st, 2024 at 8:38 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And this document is not in the taxes folder, is that right?
Right, which is, it just makes no sense that I access this document out of that folder.
Dr. Koenig, that's not the question.
Yes. What was the question?
This document is not in the taxes folder,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. And again, there's no real reason to be accessing this document, correct?
There's no reason that I can think of accessing this document out of that folder. I can think of a reason why I was looking at her taxes potentially at the end of the year, but I don't know why I would have never gone to that folder to look for her tax documents, because I have a tax document folder that has all of her tax stuff in it.
And again, the document we're talking about is literally just a pay stub for 1 month, right?
That's right.
It's the only information in that document is how much Ariel got paid in March 2022, right?
Right.
No relevance to taxes in the year 2024, correct?
That's right.
She's not even at the same job at this point, right?
That's right.
So at the same time, the data from your computer shows opening up divorce-related documents as well as an old pay stub for Ariel, correct?
That's correct.
How much each person gets paid is very relevant in divorce, right, Dr. Koenig?
That's correct.
And again, this is all 8:38 p.m. on New Year's Eve, right?
That's correct.
Now, January 3rd, 2025, moving forward a couple days, you save a file on your computer with an Excel spreadsheet that has the chats between Ariel Koenig and Jeff Miller. Is that right?
I don't remember the exact date and time, but I did have a spreadsheet like that, yes.
You had a spreadsheet that was essentially the entire chats that they had, correct?
Yes.
And you saved that in January 2025, correct?
I don't remember the exact date. I thought I did that in December. I know I created the file in December.
Okay, we'll publish dates 139, and you created the file on December 24th, 2024, correct?
That sounds more reasonable.
Okay. You accessed the file on January 3rd, 2025, correct?
It looks like it, yes.
So it's safe to say that on January 3rd, you're still thinking about these messages, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They're still in your mind a lot, right?
Definitely.
You're still upset?
I'm still thinking about the affair.
It's hard to get off your mind, right?
I'm still thinking about the affair.
You're thinking about it a lot, right?
I'm thinking about it often, yes.
It's hard to stop thinking about it, isn't it?
No, at that point in time, I could stop thinking about it, and I was functioning just fine.
So you say that in January 2025, you were okay to stop thinking about it when you needed to, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. On January 7th, 2025, you purchased another audiobook, correct?
I don't recall.
We'll put States Exhibit 106 up on the screen. And this is going to be page 6 of 7. On January 7th, 2025, you purchased an audiobook called Not Just Friends, correct?
I thought we said that I purchased that on the 30th.
January 7th, 2025. You purchased this audiobook, correct?
Yes.
And on January 7th, 2025, again, the title was Not It's getting little half quotes, just friends, right?
Isn't that the same book that we said I purchased on the 30th?
Dr. Koenig, you weren't asked about any books on the 30th of December,
Okay.
were you?
I'm sorry. We've been talking about a lot of books and a lot of dates, but I agree. I purchased that book on the 7th.
Okay. So you agree you purchased this book on January 7th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, when you purchased this book, you were still thinking about the affair, right?
Yes.
It was still on your mind, right?
Yes.
And you actually purchased this book, I'll zoom in on the email time, at 4:32 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So at 4:32 a.m., January 7th, you're still thinking about this, right?
Yes.
The same day, January 7th, 2025, at 6:59 a.m., you go back into your JPR, Jesse Patella Ray, divorce folder, correct?
I have no recollection of going into the divorce folders from my previous divorce during this time.
Again, no recollection?
No recollection.
We're going to publish dates 113 at page 3. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
All right. So this is a file name 2012 or 2012 412 Ghent plane ticks, correct?
Yes.
The document we're talking about is a plane ticket to go to the city of Ghent in Belgium, correct?
Yes.
And that's a trip that you and Jesse Patella Ray took together, right?
Yes.
And as the metadata shows, the last access date and time, January 7th, 2025 at 6:59 a.m., correct?
Yes.
This one is not in the supportive documents folder, though, is it correct? Is it?
No, it's in the same hearing folder, but it's a folder called Jesse Lived Extravagant Life.
Jesse being the woman you were divorcing at the time, correct?
Yes.
You made a folder called Jesse Lived an Extravagant Life, right?
That's correct.
You were a little bitter at the time you made this, right?
I was feeling a lot of emotions, I guess. I was mostly happy that I was getting divorced. At that time, we had, separated, and we were both, at that time, she was ready to get remarried, actually. And I was moving on, and I wasn't really feeling bitter, but the folder name is descriptive of what's in it, not of my feelings at the time, I guess I would say.
Okay. You made the name on the folder, right?
Yes,
And you say it's descriptive of the documents inside, correct?
that's correct.
So that means the documents inside are your evidence of how extravagant your ex-wife's life was, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Koenig, isn't it true that this trip in 2012 to Ghent, you went with Ms. Patella Ray?
Yes,
You guys went on that trip together, right?
yes,
And it's in the Jesse Lived Extravagant Life folder, correct?
yes.
Before I move on to the next date, do you want to take the break or no?
Of course. We can go up until 12:30 if you just want to, like to take the break, unless we should take it now.
The next group has quite a lot.
Okay. We'll take our break now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back at 1:30. We'll continue on. Leave your notebooks on the chair. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. You know how to try to learn about this case outside. Have a good night. All rise.
All right, and that now they will be returning around 1:30. It seems as if they are, which they did do technically, go to lunch. So yes, now is the lunch break. for the trial. Okay, Aaron, understood. So everyone can know that it is on lunch. All right, so, and this is the cross-examination of the defendant by the prosecution, and the question would be: is a prosecution turning the case against the defendant, or is he only confirming the defendant's case is accurate? So that would be certainly a question to ponder, as we will see after lunch more of his testimony. Zoe says, cross so far, a big nothing. A nothing burger, right? Okay, and Miss C says, I would have left the remarry part out of it if I was him. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and that is the thing about taking the stand, is I don't know if it's going to sink his case or not, but when someone takes the stand, they can open a bunch of doors. But I will say he overall has done very well so far, than I thought he would. But yeah, that is a good point, Miss C. Angel says it's a big pivot, in my opinion. It has to have an effect on at least a few jury members. Oh yeah, I do think that the jury would be divided over it, and it is possible it could be I'm going to speculate, maybe a mistrial, not necessarily a mistrial, but it could be a hung jury. Maybe it could have swayed him into another direction of a lesser sentence or something like that. It definitely, I think at least some jurors did have a different effect on. So him taking the stand, I think, was a brilliant idea. It was a brilliant idea by his defense. Although I do think his defense can be, during the trial, I thought certainly his defense can have some Timu moments. His defense is doing better now than it was before. So, and as I said, it's up to people in the chat, Earthlings in the chat, to think about what their theory or opinion is about it. And all ideas are welcomed. Exactly, Zoe. If he had not taken the stand, it would be totally different. I mean, he probably certainly would be like 100% guilty. So yeah, that taking the stand was like a lethal winning move right there. Even those that think guilty or innocent, and I would invite those that may not know to see the testimony from yesterday, because he did very differently than you would expect. And if he really is guilty, it's extremely well crafted what he did. Better than any defendant that I have ever seen since the year 22, when I start watching these trials. And I've seen a lot of them. This certainly is a different one. Angel said he had nothing to lose. If you claim any kind of self-defense, you kind of have to take the stand. I agree. If someone has a self-defense claim, taking the stand is pretty much a must. If anything, mandatory. Yes, his voice is confident. He's not overreacting or acting like, Brooks or one of those types of people. He's nothing like Tellus. He's very confident. He's just speaking, and he's admitting he did wrong. And that's always a positive thing to do in a situation like that. Rather than blaming anyone else or taking personal accountability is a good social sign for a jury or anything else. Yeah. All right, understood, Missy. Exactly, he was not snarky. He was just, right to the point, about his case. Brooks in his box fort. Yeah, Brooks in his box fort was something extremely laughable. I definitely agree. He was a clown, and he was extremely disrespectful. He was very entitled, and his little box fort was he wasn't going to be convincing anybody anything. That was a trial for the ages. Yes, that is a historical trial. Yeah. When I saw that, I thought it was a comedy skit or SNL. I didn't know that was real at first. I was texting my friends like, this dude's crazy. Like, that was something else. Yeah. And I am comparing this trial to other trials that I have personally seen, because it is, there's been many people that have been defendants on the stand, and it's, why did one person do differently than the other, or why did someone else completely lose or win, is up to how they act on the stand. And as I said, this is just something unique I've not, noticed. And there's no crocodile tears, or if they are, they're very well done. Yeah. So, and it is up to chat what they think, guilty or innocent, or something in between. And I definitely do agree with chat that being on the jury would not be something anybody would want to be on right now, because it's certainly a heated situation to be in, because it's a very difficult decision to make. Angel says, and depending on what kind of case you get, it could be a threat to your life, like gang drug related. Oh yeah, and those do happen. Yeah, those events do happen. You're welcome, Zoe. And see you later on. It is a lunch break, and so about an hour or so, they'll be back. All right, Angel says they like to take care of people who wrong them, other associates. Oh yeah, yeah. Because in those situations, they definitely like to take care of those people, and with quotations on the end, yeah. And somebody could be, have their life on the line. That is very true. Yeah, they like to, have a list of people to take care of. Yeah, it definitely can be a, heated situation. Indeed. Angel says, my life is not worth 15 days that jurors are paid. Nope. Worth more, what I meant. Yes, yes. Definitely worth more. And time is short and personal lives are valuable. And that is very true that, yeah, the life is worth much more, especially the pay they get. Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, and Angel says, my life is worth more than the 15 days they paid yours not dying for your court case. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, certainly something not to die for. I definitely agree. Because, it's because the life is much more valuable and precious than what they're, putting on it. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and Angel says, "Have you watched the Jury Duty on Amazon Prime? It's a great show. I bet you would like it." I have heard of it and I've seen some scenes of it, but I've not seen the entire thing. But it's something I should look into. Yes, yes. It is like the Truman Show and punked format. Yes, yes. I I do think that it is certainly like the Truman Show the way it's set up, and I think that was a good idea for them to do because it adds to kind of like, it's not just a jury; it's a different effect. Sawgirl, it'll be at lunch until the next hour of 1:30. Yeah, and I think that the jury duty show you're talking about is very humorous. I think it is a good thing to a good thing to observe, and I think it's very entertaining. Also, yes, it is all. It's good to have Saw grow back. Absolutely. Oh yeah, it's definitely good to have a show that's a new fresh wind. I think a lot of shows these days are Timu Sheen shows, and they're just putting stuff out there to make money. And I'm glad when they actually put out a good show that is good for all people to see. Yeah, 45. Yes, 45 minutes from now. Hey, they have put out a season two. Only it's about a company retreat. Oh, okay, okay. There's only two. Yeah, I thought there was one or two. I wasn't sure how many they were exactly. So, thoughts about it is that it's well written and it is the camera in the film, the way it's filmed and all was also well done. Because a lot of times, besides a script, that the different scenery and settings are good to have as well. So I think that the jury duty show it all came together in that way well. All right, and we have Angel says, it was amazing to me that they kept it under wraps for its entirety. That seems like a very hard prank to pull off. Yeah, yeah. It's yeah, definitely when a prank is done, there seems to be a lot of signs of it. But when something is either true or very well done, the prank will not go it will not be even seen as that. It'll be something that's under wraps for the entire time. So that is how you know it's very well crafted, indeed. Yes. All right. Oh, let's go here. All right. Hello, Falcon. Welcome to the stream. We are watching the Hawaii Mirror Plot Trial, Hawaii versus Gerhardt Koenig, and it's on break for less than 45 minutes from now. It'll come back. So hello there, Halo Blessed Beings. Yes, welcome to the stream. Yeah, shout out to Falcon, and yeah, it's really we're going to let's see this. Now, speaking of the pranks, something else. These are some fun facts. There was the 1974 eruption of Mount Edge Cumbay. It's probably not pronounced right, but it was a mountain in Alaska, and the Sitka, Alaska residents woke up on April 1, 74 to see a black smoke billowing from the crater of Mount Edge, a volcano that had been dormant for 400 years. The Coast Guard scrambled a helicopter to investigate, only to find a massive pile of 70 burning tires and the word April Fools spray painted in 50-foot letters in the snow. That is a prank. That's a real messed up prank, but it April Fools gone too far. The local pranksters Oliver, Porky, and Bikar had planned the stunt for 3 years, and he had staged the tires at the summit via the helicopter and waited for a perfectly clear April Fool's Day to light them. Okay, the Great Spaghetti Harvest in 1957. The BBC's news program Paranormal aired a segment claiming that a mild winter in Switzerland had led to a bumper spaghetti crop. Viewers watched the footage of a Swiss farmers carefully plucking a long standards of pasta from trees and laying them in the sun to dry. Reaction: the spaghetti was relatively exotic food in the 50s Britain. Hundreds of people called the BBC asking how to grow their own spaghetti trees. BBC's deadpan response: place a spring of spaghetti in a tin of tomato sauce and hope for the best. All right. And then the 1961 Rose Bowl card capper. During the halftime show of the Rose Bowl between Washington and Minnesota, Washington fans were instructed to hold up colored cards to form images. The first few worked perfectly, but then the card formed a beaver, the mascot of the Caltech, which wasn't even playing. The next image spelled Huskies backwards. The grand finale spelled out Caltech in massive block letters across the entire stadium. The 14 Caltech students spent months engineering the prank, and they broke into the cheerleaders' hotel room to swap out 2,232 instruction sheets with their own meticulous reacted versions. No, the meticulously recalculated versions. That's what I meant to say. The Sydney iceberg of 1978. Millionaire Dick Smith announced he would tow an iceberg from Antarctica to Sydney Harbor to harvest fresh drinking water. On April 1, a massive white berg appeared in the harbor, drawing thousands of spectators. Reveal: it was actually a barge covered in white plastic sheets, shaving cream, and fighting foam. The prank was only foiled when rain began to wash away the ice, revealing the barge underneath. So, bro didn't check about the rain. He didn't check the weather. I will say that there's an Australian millionaire that's supposed to create the Titanic 2, and it hasn't happened yet. Angel said, one of the better pranks I saw was a guy who was collecting signatures to ban dihydrogen monoxide H2O. Oh, okay. Let's look into this one right here, and let's see. That is hilarious. Okay, and let's go this way. Okay, and going this way is there's a 14-year-old student who used the dihydrogen monoxide pension as a science fair project in 1997. The prank, which was actually predates the Zoner is designed to prove that the public can be led to a false conclusions by using strictly true facts framed in scary ways. Nathan Zoner Experiment. Zoner's project, titled How Gullible Are We?, involved asking 50 people of his classmates at Eagle Rock Junior High in Idaho to sign a petition to ban dihydrogen monoxide. He presented them with a fact sheet listing real properties of the substance. Yes, everyone had water bottles, and he asked him to surrender their water bottles to comply with the ban. That is a good one. That is a good one right there. Yeah, definitely. It is a major component of acid rain. Oh, this dude was good, man. He really got them in the mind. Okay. It's a major component of acid rain. It causes severe burns and the gaseous state. Accidental annihilation can be fatal. It is found in tumors or terminal cancer protein. Not proteins, but patients. It can be found in cancer or tumor patients. It contributes to the erosion of our natural landscape. Of the 50 students surveyed, 43 of the 86% voted to ban the chemical. Only one student correctly identified that the hydrogen monoxide is simply H2O water. Zoner won first prize at the Greater Ohio, not Ohio, but I'm going to rephrase what I just said. The Zoner won the first prize at the Greater Idaho Falls Science Fair for his analysis. This was a different one. It was outside a park in a public place. Oh, okay. So this is the first time it was done, so it must have been done again. Okay, I'm looking at this and it says there's a couple of different instances of it happening. Okay. And thank you, Angel. And Moki says, Angel, I watched Jury Duty after Aaron told me about it. Yes, Aaron told us about that. That is true. Zoner made the prank famous. It has long history of resurfacing. 89 to 90. Students at UC Santa Cruz, Eric Lencher and Lars and Luperchin and Matthew Coffin, first coined the term dihydrogen monoxide to sound more dangerous than hydrogen hydroxide, and circulated fillers on campus. Yes, one of those people who signed pensions. Okay. And in 94, and we're going to get to that in a moment. In 94, Craig Jackson created a coalition to ban the DHMO website, which served as a primary source of many later alliterations of the joke. In 03, a show called Penn and Teller BS famously used the prank, filming an actress environmentally rally successfully gathering signatures of the water ban. And there were Florida DJs were suspended in April Fools for prank when they told listeners the hydrogen monoxide was coming out of their taps, causing minor local panic. Okay, so let's look at this one right here. Let's see. All right, and here we go. They sent people. They sent an actress to an environment-friendly gathering to gather signatures for the pension to ban dihydrogen monoxide. So yeah, that is the one where they had someone go out. One of the cases, at least. It may be not the one you're specifically referring to, but yes, they had go to an environment-friendly place and to have people sign the petition to get the hydrogen monoxide banned. She told people it was for a found in rivers, cause excessive sweating, and was major component of acid rain, all which technically are true about water. Nearly everyone she spoke to signed the pension, including people who were considered themselves highly informative about the environment. Hello, Lori. Okay, she's gonna drive home and lurk. Scared. Alright. And Angel says, I thought it was fantastic, great concept, and I liked the title guy in the Crush's chair, and then the whole ordeal with the t-shirt put on. And she tells Moki that there's a new one about about a company retreat. Interesting. All right, so the end of women's suffering. Let's see. That is, let's focus on the other incidences. Yes, and to be clear, Angel's talking about the show Jury Duty. And I know what you're talking about. Yes. Alright, so let's see some more of these types of pranks. Beyond the famous water and suffrage pensions, here are more examples of social engineering pranks where people were led to support or do things they thought logistically tricks the psychological pressure. In the series Who is America, comedian Sacha Baron Cohen posted as the expert. Let's see. An Israeli security expert and convinced several high U.S. politicians and gun rights activists to film a promotion video for a fictional program called Kinder Guardians. The pitch to program posed as arming children as young as 3 or 4 years old with firearms for protect schools. Several people recorded the PSAs and fake program, with participants even reading the script segment of Puppy Pistols designed for toddlers. Canadian comedian Rick used the politician's own policy against him massive social engineering stunt. Politician Stockwell Day proposed that if a pension reached 350,000 signatures, it should trigger a national referendum. Mercer started a pension to force the day to legally change his name to Doris Day. Over 1.2 million people signed it, making it one of the most signed pensions in Canadian history at the time, and effectively mocking the proposed policy. So it looks like people use this for political stuff too, not just using it for the other types of pranks that, like water and stuff. So it seems like it's all over the place. When the makers of Twinkies faced bankruptcy in 2012, a satirical pension was sent to the White House. It requested that Obama administration nationalize Twinkie industry to prevent our nation from losing her sweet, creamy center. It gained over 4,000 signatures, forcing a lighthearted cultural movement where the government had to acknowledge the public's mock concern for a snack cakes. And let's see. The Death Star construction pension. This is perhaps the most famous example of a troll pension reaching the highest level of government. The pitch. Users on the White House's We the People platform pensioned the government to secure funding. Oh, hello, Aaron. Welcome back. Users of the White House's We the People platform pensioned the government's secure funding to and begin construction of the Death Star by 2016 to spur job creation and strengthen national defense. The result is it surpassed 25,000 signatures threshold, reaching 34,000 legally required. An official response. The White House issued a deadpan reply titled, "This isn't a pension response you're looking for, nothing the administration does, not supporting blowing up planets, and the cost would be roughly 850 quadrillion." So, now let's see where it led to consequences. All right, when the harmless social engineering pension crosses the line of legal territory, they often trigger charges of fraud, negligence, or harassment. Here are some of the most famous legal fallout cases from these stunts. In corporate version of the dihydrogen monoxide trick, this is Toyota contract breach in 2001. In a corporate version of the dihydrogen monoxide trick, a Hooters manager in Florida promised a Toyota to the waitress who sold most beers in April. A prank. When Jody Berry won, she blindfolded and led to a parking lot only to be presented with a toy Yoda doll from Star Wars. That had to be really messed up. Legal results. Berry sued the parent company of breach of contract and fraudulent misinterpretation. The case was settled out of court, and her lawyer noted that the settlement was enough for her to pick out whatever Toyota she wanted. Dihydrogen monoxide felony charges. Alright, so two of Florida's DJs, Val St. John and Scott Fish, took the water ban joke. And Moki says to Angel that she saw the episode that she is referring to. Yeah, it's a Toyota. All right, so when two Florida DJs, St. John and Scott Fish, took the water ban joke to the airwaves, on April Fool's Day, telling listeners that the hydrogen monoxide was coming out of their taps. You nap, but it's too late in the day. Yeah, it is late. Scared. Her consequences. The prank caused a small-scale panic, with residents calling the water utility in fear. The legal results. The DJs were suspended indefinitely and face potentially felony charges for falsely reporting a terminal hazard. Wow. So that resulted in a lawsuit. USC Classroom Takeover Lawsuit 2022. Two YouTubers known for takeover pranks, where they interrupted lectures with braze or aggressive behavior, targeted the University of Southern California. The prank. They stage 3 incidents, including one during a Holocaust lecture, which university argued caused terror and disruption for students. The legal result: USC sued the creators for damages. A judge issued a permanent restraining order banning them from the campus, prohibiting them from ever posting videos online. Okay. And wow. And Chop and Steal fraud case 2018. A comedy duo infiltrated morning news shows by posing as a strongman act called Chop and Steal prank. They performed intentionally pathetic feats of strength, like weakly stomping on empty milk cartons, to highlight the news station's lack of guest venting. Checked LC chat, people were making Jeff Miller jokes and others were complaining about it. Hilarious. Scared. And yeah, it sounds wild. Legal results: the Gray Television sued the duo for fraud and conspiracy to commit fraud, arguing that they use deceptive means to get on air, and comedians initially fought it as a First Amendment issue, but eventually reached the private settlement. Okay, a woman in Virginia texted her daughter on April Fool's Day claiming there was an active shooter at her workplace. Her daughter, unable to reach her, called 911. Police swarmed the college in minutes. Mother was arrested and charged with aggravated breach of peace and disturbing a school. Okay, and the double the penny pension. All right. In this prank, a person gathers signatures for a movement to lobby Congress to double the value of a penny, from 1 cent to 2 cents. Logic: the organizers argue that in inflated economy, nobody wants to pick up a single cent, but everyone would pick up 2 cents. Oh, okay, Miss C, welcome back. The goal, it is harmless logic loop that usually results in the signer realizing halfway through that the new 2-cent penny would just make everything twice as expensive. In the words of Hermione Granger, what an idiot. Right, exactly. Okay. Yeah, I know, right, Lori? It's really, that one is going way too far. You know, way too far. Especially not being clear it's a joke. All right, the double the penny pension. Okay, the Stop the Win initiative. This is a popular comedy skit or college campus prank where someone asks people to sign a pension to stop all this wind. Pitcher. The pitch. Pranksters acts generally frustrated by the weather, claiming the wind is a public nuisance that needs to be banned or voted out. Result. It's a pure absurdity test. Most people laugh, but a surprising number will sign just to be supportive of someone having a bad hair day. Yeah, Hermione. Yes. I know who she is. And he'll think the Harry Potter reference, because you and I know it, but I'm glad the rest can know it too. Okay, Angel, understood. Thank you. All right. In about less than 10 minutes, they should be back in less than 10 minutes, by the way. And we'll see if it's a nothing burger or the DA gets something. Yeah. Yeah, and several groups and influencers have launched seriously unserious pensions to make April Fool's Day an official public holiday. They argue that a day dedicated to harmless mischief and family laughs deserves the same recognition as another holiday. It's often used by brands or community groups to engage people in lighthearted fun without any real-world politics stakes. Okay, and let's see. Alright, so let's see. A modern high school favorite involves the seniors creating a formal Zillow listing for their school building. They include professional style photos, list a principal as a resident caretaker, and describes the hallways as spacious, open plan corridors with built-in locker storage. Some even manage to get real estate agents to call the school asking about property. All right, here we go. Let's see. Okay, we got some fall into hacks, technical stunts requiring engineering skills, hoaxes that manipulate public perception. Here are some of the most elaborate examples of history and college lore. The MIT police car on the Great Dome of '94. In one of the most famous university hacks, students at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, placed a life-size campus police cruiser on top of the 150-foot Great Dome. The planning, it wasn't a real car, but a meticulously constructed frame covered in Chevy body parts. And that was that one. A Chevy Cavalier body parts, I went to say. And the detail. The car had working flashing lights, a dummy officer inside it with a box of donuts, and parking tickets on the windshield. It was so well built that it took a heavy-duty crane to remove it. The Great Moon Hoax, 1835. Before the internet, newspapers could convince the public of almost anything. That's why the founding fathers, one of them was saying that, the person that does not read the newspapers is more informed than the person that reads newspapers. And I think they even understood the concept about, sometimes the news can come out with things that may not be what you think. All right. The Sun in New York published a series of 6 articles claiming that legendary astronomer Sir John Herschel had discovered life on the moon using a massive new telescope. The claims. The articles described lunar vegetation, blue unicorns, and Vespertilio homoman bats that lived in the crystal pyramids. Pyramids. Public interest high in the sun's circulation skyrocketed even after the hoax was revealed. Public remained largely amused rather than angry. Yeah, so this is interesting because I always like the pyramids from. We would talk about the pyramids a lot on the show with the alien stuff sometimes, but yeah, because articles describing the lunar vegetation, blue unicorns, and man bats that lived in crystal pyramids, but people were not angry; they just thought it was humorous. The Berners Street hoax, 1810. London pranksters Theodore Hook made a bet that could turn any house into the most famous address in the city within a week. He targeted the home of a quiet widow at 54 Berners Street. The auction. Hook sent thousands of letters in the window's name, summoning everyone from the chimney sweeps and the coal merchants to the Lord Mayor of London and the Governor of the Bank of England. Chaos. On the appointed day, the street became completely paralyzed by hundreds of deliveries, including pianos, wedding cakes, and coffins, high-ranking officials all arriving at once. Caltech Vanishing Room. Students are known for their high-effort pranks. In '72, while an undergraduate was away for a week, his friend decided to make his dorm room disappear. The engineering. They didn't just lock it, they filled it with over a ton of crumpled paper, then plastered and painted over the door to match the hallway perfectly. The details. They even extended the baseboards and replaced the lightning fixtures to ensure there was no visual evidence a door had ever existed. The rhino for the city council. In Brazil, students frustrated by local corruption launched a campaign to elect the 5-year-old rhinoceros from a local zoo to the city council. Results. The rhino won by a landslide, receiving 100,000 votes, one of the highest totals for any candidate in the city's history at the time. The election officials had to nullify the results, but the prank successfully sent a message about voter dissatisfaction. Yeah, I think a rhino would know more than most humans about pretty much the city councils and stuff. There's a lot of humans that really are just like gnats out there. I think a gnat actually can be know more a lot of times than some humans do. A lot of humans just don't know exactly what is going on with anything. A lot of people are just out for themselves. Right? Court has not resumed yet, but they should be back at any moment. They should be back. Modern digital pranks have evolved from simple website hacks to massive coordinated internet hoaxes, often played on corporate greed or emerging technology. MIT Disney acquisition in '98. This is one of the most legendary early internet hacks. Students hacked the MIT homepage to announce the Walt Disney Company had purchased the university for $6.9 billion. The details are the press release claimed that the entire campus would be moved brick by brick to Orlando, Florida, and renamed Disney Institute of Technology. Department changes. Here we go. They're returning.
Dr. Koenig is present in court with all 4 counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Dr. Koenig, if you could return up to the witness stand. You're still under oath. And Mr. Garner, you may continue on with your cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 115, page 1. All right, Dr. Koenig, isn't it true that on January 9, 2025, at 9:10 p.m., you used the Microsoft Edge browser to log into Ariel's computer backup?
Yes.
So what you're logging into that this exhibit shows is a backup of Ariel's hard drive created in 2011, correct?
No. It's a portable hard drive that she had that had old documents on it.
Okay. And you wanted to go into Ariel's old hard drive to look at the documents, right?
That's right.
And again, January 9, 2025, 9 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Or 9:10 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and this is through a program called Memio, right?
I don't know what Memio is.
All right. Well, regardless, you go in
No.
and you look at your documents, correct?
Yeah, I just go in and look at the documents. I don't know what Memio is.
All right. So you go into the folder for ARI, correct?
Yes.
And you go into the documents folder, right?
Yes.
And you go into the divorce folder, correct?
Yes.
And in that folder, you open a document called Notes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to page 2 of the exhibit. This is the same folder, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the ARI folder. I'm sorry, this is a different folder. This is the ARI folder and then the downloads folder, correct?
Yes.
And the document you're looking at 9:14 p.m. on January 9, 2025 is called Complaint for Absolute Divorce. Is that
Yes.
right? And page 3 of the exhibit, this is also in the downloads folder, correct?
That's correct.
And the document you're viewing at 9:15 p.m. is called Rosen-Divorce, correct?
Yes.
And again, these were all on Ariel's external hard drive, correct?
Yes.
On February 3rd, 2025, you go back to your prior divorce folder, is that correct?
I don't recall that at all.
Publishing States Exhibit 113, page 4. On February 3rd, 2025, you go back to your divorce folder from your prior divorce to Jessica Patella Ray. Is that correct?
I do not recall doing this at all.
And this is, again, looking at the account statement from your father's account that you moved money into for your loan purposes. That's correct?
It looks like it's the same credit card. I can't remember if it's the same statement date, but it's that same PK Chase Freedom credit card that we used to transfer a balance into to pay it down.
And the last access date and time from the computer system is February 3rd, 2025 at 8:42 a.m., correct?
The last access date and time from the computer system is that date and time. That's correct.
So between December 14th and February 3rd, there are 4 different accesses to your prior divorce folder on your computer, correct?
From the computer system, yes.
That you have no recollection of.
That I have no recollection of.
But you are looking at Ariel's documents on her hard drive about divorce, correct?
Yes, I did look at that divorce folder on her portable hard drive on that date and time.
And during that time period, you're also looking into Ariel's old pay stubs, right?
Yes.
You're also looking into your tax notes that include information about how much alimony and child support you paid, right?
Again, I don't recall looking at a 2018 tax notes during that time, but that tax document was accessed by the system at that time, and that tax document does include alimony and child support.
And you're researching these financial documents and these divorce documents because you want to see how much damage you're going to suffer in a divorce. Isn't that right?
That's not right.
In January, you also review your wedding documents again. Is that correct?
I don't recall. Maybe show me what you're discussing.
On January 22nd, 2025, you access your wedding spreadsheet again, correct?
I might have. I don't specifically recall.
Published dates 124 at page 11. The access date is January 22nd, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
And this is another spreadsheet with the same material we talked about earlier, correct?
Yeah, that's another
Guest list, right?
version of the wedding spreadsheet, yes.
It's got your guest list on it, yes?
Yes.
It's got your task that each of you have to do.
Yes.
It's got the financials, right?
Yes.
And on the same date, January 22nd, 2025, at 3:04 p.m., you view a document called Worthington Koenig Wedding Room Block 9.14.18, correct?
I don't remember doing that at all.
You have no recollection of
I
this.
have no recollection of doing that.
It's the same date as the Excel spreadsheet, right?
Yes.
We're going to publish dates 124 at page 12. And again, if you can look, the file system last access date, January 22nd, 2025 at 3:04 p.m., correct?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And in this document, this is the reservation for the venue of your wedding, correct?
That's right.
And it specifically shows how much that cost. Isn't that right?
I have no recollection of what's on that document.
No recollection. Okay, we'll publish to the next page. There's a table in the middle right here, isn't there?
Yeah, and that's the guest room block, so that shows if our guests decide to stay at that hotel, what they would pay under the wedding rate for those 3 different rooms.
We'll move on to the next page. This is basically rules that you have to follow, or what you have to decide
Sure.
what the rules are. And this has an anticipated revenue section, correct?
Yeah, so they had a minimum. So we were holding our wedding at this venue, and they had a minimum revenue that they needed to generate from room reservations from our guests, and that was the minimum.
And the overall cost for your wedding was $55,000 approximately, correct?
That sounds about right. I don't recall the exact number. But
You were
is
looking up-
that in that document? Is
Asked
that-
you in general.
No. Oh, I'm just wondering where you got your number from.
The overall cost from your wedding is from your spreadsheets, correct?
Yes.
So you're looking up multiple different spreadsheets with the cost, right?
I have no recollection of looking at the wedding room block document. I don't have a recollection of looking at the wedding spreadsheet either, but I could potentially think of a reason why I would have done that. But I've no recollection of opening that wedding room block and have no idea why I would have done that.
The next date that you open the wedding spreadsheet is February 24th, 2025. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember opening the wedding spreadsheet, but
You don't recall? Okay. You also open a document called Final Floral Proposal on March 14th, 2025. Isn't that correct?
no, I don't think I did. I don't remember doing that. And if that's related to the wedding, I certainly did not look at the floral contract or whatever. What is it called?
You're saying you did not look at the floral contract
No.
or the Final Floral Proposal. Is that right?
I 100% did not look at the final floral proposal for our wedding in March.
The published states 124 at page 21. The document that we're looking at has a file name of Final Floral Proposal, correct?
That's correct.
File system, last access date and time, March 14, 2025.
Yeah, the computer system accessed it on that date and time. I have no recollection of opening this document and looking at that date and time.
The computer system did all this.
Yes.
The computer system opened this document, is what you're saying today.
I'm not sure
Where
what the
does
computer
access
system
go?
did. It says accessed. That is what the computer
It says
system.
access. Just there.
The computer system accessed this document, right?
That's correct.
Okay. On January 22nd, 2025, you viewed a UBS portfolio detailing your and your wife's retirement accounts, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a statement from December 2004, correct?
2004?
2024, correct?
Yes.
So in December 2024, you get the UBS statement detailing how much you and your wife have in your retirement accounts. Is
That's
that right?
correct. Yes.
And you reviewed that on January 22nd, 2025.
Yes, I do remember that.
And this is actually within a month of getting the statement, right?
That's right.
It makes sense to review the statement, within a month of getting it, right?
Yes.
Do you remember the figures in the statement?
I do not.
Would it help if we go through them together?
Yes.
Okay. States 126. We'll publish, starting with the first page. This is just the metadata, again, that shows you you accessed this on January 22nd, 2025, correct?
Yes.
And again, statements from December 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to look at a page detailing your Roth IRA next, okay? Okay, here's a summary page, correct?
Yes.
All right, and Gerhardt Koenig, you have in this UBS account an Roth IRA value of $8,066.95, correct?
That's correct.
Ariel Koenig has a Roth valued at $74,974, correct?
That's correct.
Ariel Koenig has a second IRA valued at $164,500.76, correct?
That's correct.
For your account, that's a little over $8,000. Ariel is the sole beneficiary. Is that right?
That's right.
Anything happens to you, she gets 100%, right?
That's right.
For Ariel's Roth, the one that's about $75,000, you are the sole beneficiary, right?
That's right.
Anything happens to Ariel, that money goes to you, correct?
That's correct.
For Ariel's IRA, valued at $164,000 approximately, you are also the sole beneficiary, correct?
That's correct.
Anything happens to Ariel, that $164,000 goes to you. Is that
That's
right?
right.
In January 22nd, 2025, that's about the same time that you're doing all your life insurance work, right?
That's right.
And that's the same, or around the same time that you send Ariel that email instructing her to get a $250,000 life insurance policy, correct?
I did not instruct her to get that. It was a discussion that we had together, and the email was a summary of the product and the person to talk to after I contacted AAA. So I wasn't telling her to get life insurance. It was, here, contact this guy and ask for this product to get the life insurance that we discussed.
And you sent that on January 21st, is that correct?
I don't recall the exact date, but that sounds like it's the right date.
On February 4th, 2025, you viewed a May 2022 pay stub for Ariel, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
On February 4th, 2025, at 2:29 p.m., you viewed a May 2022 pay stub for Ariel, correct?
I have no recollection of that.
We'll publish States Exhibit 125 at page 22. This is the metadata, correct, Dr. Koenig?
Yes,
And again, the document we're looking at is a pay stub, correct?
that's right. There's one pay stub from 2022 at the end of May.
And this is in your taxes folder on your computer, right?
Yes, that's in the shared drive in the taxes folder. That's correct.
Your testimony today is you have no recollection of looking at this.
I have no recollection of looking at this.
And the information contained in this pay stub is only the amount Ariel got paid that 1 month,
For
right?
that 1 month, correct. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense that I would have looked at 1 month of pay stub data from 2 years ago at that
Wouldn't make
time.
any sense, right?
It would not.
On March 14th, 2025, you viewed a 2018 Wealthfront account statement for Ariel. Isn't that correct?
I don't have any recollection of that.
Published States Exhibit 125 at page 24. Now, again, this is about a 2018 statement, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a statement for an account, a retirement account, or sorry, an investment account belonging only to Ariel. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, but I don't even think she still had it at this point in time. So this was a
Objection, non-responsive.
yeah. I have no recollection. I have no recollection of looking at this document.
Ask the question again.
This document is from 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And again, no recollection.
No recollection.
On March 16th, 2025, you viewed a document, again, about Ariel's retirement accounts, correct?
I don't have a. I might have.
In a published States Exhibit 125 at page 36. On March 16th, 2025, you accessed a document that belongs, or that is about Ariel's financials, correct?
This is on my desktop. I don't know what's in that document.
So this document isn't actually even in your taxes folder, right?
Right, this is on my desktop.
Meaning every time you open up your desktop, you see this document, right?
No, I have probably 3 dozen different random documents that just tend to collect on my desktop. If I copy something and email it, sometimes I put it on my desktop for, during that time. I was not aware that this was on my desktop. I'm sure it was. That's the location of it, and I don't remember. I don't remember what this document is at all.
This document is again from 2022, right?
That's correct.
And this is showing how much Ariel had in her Westinghouse retirement account in 2022. Is that right?
I can't answer that unless I can look at the document.
We'll publish the next page. This is a similar document to one that we viewed this morning, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it tells you in the top right, which I'll zoom in on, how much Ariel had in her retirement account as of a certain date, correct?
Yes. It says the total value of that account, and what's the date?
The date was, the account summary shows 2022 in November, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So this document is about Ariel's retirement account from November 2022, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I remember looking at this. I did look at this.
Okay, now you do remember looking
I
at
do,
this.
yes.
Okay. And November 2022 is a couple years before March 2025, correct?
That's correct.
It's 2.5 years, right?
Yes.
Now, you've been asked about your research into hiking, is that right?
That's right.
And you testified yesterday that you do a lot of hiking, right?
I do.
Isn't it true that there are only searches and computer data related to hiking between the dates of February 28, 2025 to March 4, 2025 on that computer?
That's correct.
Well, objection. There was a search range in the search warrant.
Do we speak in objections?
There was a search range in the search warrant. This question was about the entire computer.
Approach.
Let's limit the time frame, Dr. Koenig. Between December 2024 and March 2025, the only data related to hiking from your computer is for those 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And in January 2025, you actually treated a woman in the course of your work for having a rock fall on her at a waterfall. Is that right?
That's right.
You saw the injuries that she got from that rock, correct?
I did.
You saw what kind of treatment she needed, right?
Yes.
And in February, at the end of February, that's when you started researching hikes, correct?
That's correct.
Published states 111. Publishing states 111 at page 1. On February 28th at 2:55 p.m., you searched Maui secret hikes, correct?
I did.
Then on the same date at 3:13 p.m., you searched secret hike Waikamai Falls, correct?
That's correct.
Then a couple minutes later on the same day, you move on to Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And you search best Oahu hikes, right?
That's right.
And by this time, you know that you're going to be taking, or you've discussed this Oahu trip with Ariel, correct?
Yes.
And the start of your search for Oahu is best hikes Oahu, right?
That's right.
And then you go to a website called alltrails.com, correct?
Yes.
And you filter to Hawaii first, right?
Yes.
And then Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And the title of that website is the 10 Best Trails and Hikes in Oahu.
That's right.
Okay. The Palipuka Trail is not in those 10 best trails, is it?
I can't remember, but I don't think so.
Publishing, next page to page 5. So February 28, 2025, 3:30 p.m., you click on a YouTube link titled Easy Hike on Oahu, Makapu'u Lighthouse Trail. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just a couple seconds later, publishing the next page, again at 3:30 p.m., you click on a different YouTube link for the top 10 easy Oahu hikes for everyone. Is that right?
Yes.
So first you look at best hikes, right?
Yes.
And then you see these 2 YouTube videos for easy hikes, right?
Yes.
You don't watch these whole videos, right?
Probably not.
You don't watch these videos because at next page, 7 out of 10, 3:31 p.m., you're looking up difficult hikes, right?
That's right.
Because easy hikes is not for you, right?
Yeah, the hikes that I found on the Easy Hikes website wasn't what we were looking for.
Difficult hikes are generally more dangerous, right?
Sometimes.
Difficult-
Sometimes they're just longer.
Difficult hikes have rougher terrain, right?
Sometimes.
Difficult hikes have higher drop-offs, right?
Not necessarily.
Difficult hikes can have more exposure, correct?
They could.
And these difficult hikes, these are the kinds of hikes you are interested in, right?
Yes.
Now, your search for difficult hikes brought you to a website called journeyera.com. Is that right?
That's right.
And the first page you looked at on journeyera.com, I'm going to scroll to page 8 of this exhibit, is the URL just says Oahu hikes. Is that right?
That's right.
And again, you're listing Journey Era on February 28, 2025, correct?
Yes.
So this is still the first day that you're researching hiking, correct?
That's correct.
And moving on to the next one, next page, page number 9, you end up going to a page on journeyera.com saying the 35 best hikes on Oahu, the ultimate guide, right?
Yes.
Although the URL talks about the Stairway to Heaven, this is actually a list of 35 hikes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on that list, you see the Palipuka hike, correct?
Yeah, among 34 others.
And then, on March 3rd, 2025, you go back to the journeyera.com website, is that right?
That's right.
And this time you're going to look at the Palipuka hike page specifically, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. March 3rd, 2025, 7:19 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've seen the website you looked at up on the screen, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to put it up and go through it together. All right, this is the front page of the website, right?
Yes.
All right, we're going to go to page 2. When you read this, you saw that sentence that says, the Pali Lookout itself is a popular tourist spot, but 99% of visitors to the lookout don't hike. They just look over the valley. You saw that sentence, right?
I'm sure I did. Yeah.
And then you saw the page that describes the hike, isn't that right?
That's right.
You read the description?
Yes.
So you read the description that says, the hike isn't necessarily dangerous, but much of the path is on the edge of a huge drop-off. You read that, right?
I'm sure I did.
And you read the sentence that says, does that make it dangerous? You decide.
I'm sure I did. I remember reading this whole article.
So you remember reading the whole article.
Yes.
You remember reading the part that says that the hike spits you out on the edge of a cliff with a huge drop-off.
If it says that, then I read that.
You remember looking at this picture of the hike, right?
Yes.
And you see this picture, and this is what you want to do.
Yes.
This is the hike you want to take Ariel on, right?
Yes.
Next page. In this page, the author describes and shows a picture of themselves enjoying themselves, right?
That's right.
They're looking out over the entire windward side, is that right?
That's right.
And this picture on this side has the puka, is that right?
That's right.
And this is at the end of the hike, right?
I assume so. Actually, from what I've remember from the description is that you can keep going past this for a little while still, but it's close to the end.
And this is
I've never
ultimately
been
where
there.
you want to take Ariel, right?
Yes.
This was the plan, to take her to this section, correct?
Yes.
And to take Ariel to this section of the puka, you have to take her through this section, correct?
Yes.
You have to take her along this trail, along the cliff. Is that right?
Presumably, I never got to this point in the trail, but according to the pictures, yes.
You never got this far in the trail, right?
No.
The plan was to get that far in the trail, though, right?
Yes.
And then you saw the end of the article. Sorry, I'll put it back up. You saw the end of the article where it gives you advice, right? Where it says, be safe going down and take it slow, as it can be slippery and the drop looks very unforgiving.
Yes.
You read that, right?
Yes.
Now, while this is all going on, you've also been working on updating the insurance, correct?
Yeah, so we applied at the end of January, and this was March 4th. Yeah, by this time I think Aries' policy had already gone through, and either one, and maybe one of my policies did, but not both.
Your insurance policy doesn't go through partially until March 12th and then completely on March 24th. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
On March 17th, you actually search up Ariel's profile on Facebook again. Is that correct?
I don't have a specific recollection of that, but I probably did.
And on March 4th, 2025, you were also looking at WhatsApp again, correct?
Probably. I was using WhatsApp every day
You were using WhatsApp every day.
for work.
Now, okay. And you testified yesterday about your work bag and the medication that was in it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that your work bag is used for when you're on call, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that you normally keep medication in there to provide if it's a rush situation, right?
Yes.
And the medication that you keep there can be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
The medication that you keep in that bag can kill somebody, right?
I'll have to look at the medication that's in there, but a lot of the medications that I use at work can be lethal if not given appropriately.
Well, it's published States Exhibit 98. Can you see the vial on the bottom right of this bag?
Yes, I can.
Do you need me to zoom in so you can read the label?
No, I know what that is.
The trade name of this drug is called Diprivan, is that correct?
That's correct.
The actual name of the drug, or the scientific name, is called propofol, correct?
That's correct.
Propofol is one of the main drugs that actually, I'll use a non-scientific word, puts you to sleep during anesthesia, correct?
It's a very common drug that we use to initiate and sometimes maintain anesthesia.
Propofol is rather famous, right?
Yes.
Propofol is the drug that killed Michael Jackson, is that right?
That's right.
You've heard of that story, of course?
Yes.
Okay. It is not a controlled substance, that's correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you actually have a controlled substance license yourself, too, right?
I do.
So you can carry more dangerous drugs than propofol, correct?
Yeah, I don't think I can. I think because my controlled substance license doesn't allow me to dispense; it just allows me to administer. And so, all of our controlled substances are controlled at all of the locations where we work. And so we have to check them out and check them back in, and then document all of the vials that we used during the day. I've never taken controlled substances home. I would never. It's not something I want to get into. So I don't even know if it's allowed under my license, but I could administer it.
All right. Now, let's take this exhibit down, and let's talk about March 24th, 2025. It was a normal morning, right?
Yes.
You and Ariel weren't fighting when you woke up at the hotel, correct?
No.
You gave her that birthday card, right?
Yes.
And then you and Ariel go to the bakery and get breakfast, correct?
No, we went and got breakfast in the hotel.
Got it. And then you go to the bakery to get coffee, right?
Coffee and pastries, yeah.
And then you and Ariel head out in your rental car up to the Poly Puka, is that right?
That's right.
You drive up the Poly Highway, right?
Yes.
And you park in the parking lot at the Poly Lookout, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And you knew from your research into this hike that 99% of the people up at that lookout would not be going on the trail, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know the actual amount, but I knew the lookout was popular and the hike was less popular.
And that actually said 99% versus 1%, right?
Where did what say?
The
Oh,
website you researched.
the Journey Ear article. Oh yeah, that did say that.
The website even told you, does that make the hike dangerous? You decide. Is that right?
No, the website when the website said that, it was talking about the trail being next to a cliff, not the trail being some isolated, secluded spot that there's no people.
The website said you decide if the trail is dangerous, correct?
No, the website said specifically, it's not dangerous if you stay on the trail, but if you don't stay on the trail, you might fall off the cliff. Is that dangerous? You decide.
And you saw that cliff, right?
I did. On the picture,
And you saw that cliff was at minimum several hundred feet high, correct?
yes,
You know, common sense tells you somebody falls off that cliff, they're going to die, right?
that's correct.
And the website even tells you that the hike spits you out on the edge of a cliff with a huge drop off. Is that right?
That's right.
And that photo that we looked at shows the trail going right along the cliff edge, correct?
For parts of it.
And this is the hike that you wanted to take Ariel on for her birthday, right?
Yes.
You wanted to go through the start of the hike, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
You wanted to do more than just start the hike, correct?
I wanted to do more than just start the hike. That's correct.
You wanted to do the whole hike, is that right?
That was the plan.
You wanted to take Ariel through that cliffside path that we saw in that photo, correct?
Yeah, I wanted to take her on the hike and go with her on the hike and make it all the way to the puka. That was the plan.
In Publishing States Exhibit 122, you wanted to take Ariel along this path, right?
That's right.
Wouldn't you agree that that path is right on the edge of the cliff?
Yeah, it's very, very close to the edge of the cliff.
It's a narrow path, right?
It's a narrow path, and then there's a little narrow strip of grass and rocks, and then there's the cliff.
An empty void, right?
Yes.
Nothing to hold on to, right?
For this part of the trail, not much. I mean, there's some brush on the other side, but you have to really watch your step.
But Ariel didn't go that far on the trail that day, did she?
No.
Because Ariel didn't want to hike anymore, right?
Yeah, there came a point in time where Ariel did not want to hike anymore.
Ariel deviated from your plan to go up this part of the trail, right?
I wouldn't characterize it like that.
Well, you planned to go up this part of the trail, correct?
That's correct.
And Ariel didn't follow through with that part of the plan, right?
Yeah.
And at some point, you actually continue up the trail yourself, right?
That's right.
without Ariel
That's right.
on her birthday.
That's right.
But she didn't follow you, correct?
No.
She didn't follow you up to this narrow trail with this massive cliff, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went back down, isn't that right?
That's right.
And you saw that she was still there, right?
Yes,
And it was a surprise to you, right?
it was.
It was a surprise to you because you still had a chance to go through with your plan, right?
What plan are you referring to?
It was a surprise because you still had a chance to go through with your plan to push Ariel off the cliff. Isn't that right?
That is not right at all.
The area where you and Ariel ended up still had a massive cliff next to it, correct?
Yes,
The area where you took the selfie had a massive cliff behind it, correct?
that's correct.
It would work just as well as the area in this photo to push somebody off, correct?
It would work just as well to push somebody off. What do you, like, I don't understand the question.
Well, somebody would be just as dead if they fell off this part or if they fell off the part where you guys ended up.
Absolutely.
Yes?
They would be as dead falling anywhere along this trail because the cliff is extremely high.
I'm going to take these a bit down. Before we get to the final parts of the trail, you testified this morning, and you said, please do correct me if I'm wrong here, that you were not sexually demanding of Ariel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is your testimony.
Yes,
You and Ariel went to couples counseling, isn't that correct?
that's correct.
And when you went to couples counseling, you testified about the counseling yesterday, right?
Yes.
Can
And
we approach Sharon?
Koenig, just to clarify one more time, you testified this morning that you were not sexually demanding towards Ariel. Is that correct?
I think the question was if I ever demanded sex of Ari, and I've never demanded sex of Ari.
So you never demanded it, right?
That's right.
How often did you want to have sex with Ariel?
There was no specific number of times.
It was up to every other day, right?
Was what up to every other day?
You wanted to have sex with Ariel and of an amount up to every other day. Isn't that correct?
At some point in our relationship, we had sex, I'm sure, every other day for, that period of time, but there was never a point in our relationship where what's the question?
So, in December 2024,
Okay.
after you confronted Ariel about this relationship,
Yes.
you still wanted to have sex with her every other day.
That is
correct?
not true. We had sex for a portion of December, and it was not every other day, and I never demanded to have sex with her every other day in December or at any point in time in our relationship.
And after December 24th, she did not have sex with you again, correct?
After December 24th, we did not have sex again.
And you testified yesterday that you went to couples counseling, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that there were other issues, right?
That's right.
And one of those issues was an intimacy issue, correct?
That's correct.
And the couples therapist you saw, at least one of them was named Gemma Cannon, correct?
That's right.
And she had a meeting with you in December 2024, right?
She met with both of us on December 27th.
December 27th. So this is the same day as you've had this continued fight with Ariel, right?
We had, I would say, two arguments, two big arguments in December, and one was around the middle of the month, and the other one was on the night of December 26th, and then we argued about it again on the morning of December 27th, right before counseling. That's correct.
So you went to counseling with both you and Ariel, correct?
That's right.
And you both told the counselor what your problems were, right?
Yes.
And the counselor, Miss Cannon,
Objection. Hearsay if we're getting into what somebody else said.
The substance not coming in. Overrule.
Excuse me? No.
It's not substantive. Overrule.
okay, so you and Ariel both told the counselor what your problems were, right?
Yes.
Your problem was the same problem you've talked about a lot already, right? The
Yeah,
emotional affair.
The main issue that I wanted to address was the aftermath of the emotional affair, which included a lot of different issues in our relationship. It wasn't just one thing. It was a big kind of,
And Ariel also stated what her problems were, right?
that's right.
And the counselor listened to both of you and came up with a plan, that's right?
That's right.
And the counselor's plan was to deal with the intimacy issues first, correct?
The counselor's plan was to deal with the issues that Ariel brought up first, yes.
That was the intimacy issues?
Yeah, part of it.
And then she would deal with the affair afterwards, right?
Yes. Not afterwards, but because, again, these are not just like things you check off, off of a to-do list. The affair was causing a lot of issues in our relationship, and addressing those issues were going to take probably years. And the issues that Ari brought up, similarly, was also not just going to be a check-off-the-box thing, and it's probably going to take some time. And the counselor said that she's going to start off with the other issues, and not start off with the affair issues, but it wasn't just like we were going to finish the one, check it off the box, and move on to the next. There's overlapping issues, and it's all to do with the relationship. And so it's not fair to characterize it like we were going to finish one and then move on to the other. But we were definitely going to. She said, we're going to basically let's prioritize talking about the issues that she brought up first. Gerhardt, are you okay with waiting to address a lot of the issues to do with the affair until later in therapy? And I said, absolutely.
And you testified yesterday that those issues about the affair were never really resolved. Is that right?
No. Yes, that's right.
So, talked about Ariel's issues, and the issues you brought up were never resolved, correct?
I'm sorry, ask that again?
The first priority was Ariel's issues, the intimacy issues, correct?
The first priority was Ariel's issues, and intimacy was one of them.
And then your issue, the emotional affair, was never addressed, correct?
And our issue, the affair, wasn't adequately addressed ever either. And neither were the emotional issues. And I have to say, part of the affair and the aftermath of the affair, I had emotional issues, intimacy issues as well with her. So the intimacy issues went both ways. And when we...
Just
I'm going to ask my next question.
Go ahead, sorry.
Okay. Let's go back to the hike, Dr. Koenig.
Okay,
March 24th, 2025, you testified about the hike yesterday, correct?
yes,
You testified that you and Ariel had a massive argument, right?
yes,
You testified that on her birthday, Ariel brought up a subject she knew would upset you, right? I'm sorry. You didn't testify to that, but that is what happened, correct?
that is what happened, yes.
You testified that Ariel brought up that she wanted to go back to work and speak to Jeff Miller again, correct?
She was still working, so she wasn't trying to go back to work. She wanted to start traveling with him again.
And your testimony is that this is what Ariel decides to bring up on her birthday trip with you, right?
Yes,
And that she decides to bring this up on the Polypuka Trail, right?
that's where she brought it up. That's correct.
So you testify that you have this argument, you separate, and then you come back together, right?
Yes,
You take this selfie right by the cliff, correct?
yes,
And then you testified that Ariel pushed you, right?
yes.
And you testified that you could barely hold on, right?
I almost went off the cliff.
And then you turned around and you testified that Ariel was 5 to 10 feet away, right?
By the time I turned around, she had backed away, and she was not. And yeah, that was part of why I was concerned that that was a shove and not a accidental thing.
And then you approached her, you went towards her.
I did.
So you think you about get pushed off a cliff, and then you go 5 or 10 feet to get to Ariel, right?
I moved towards her. That's correct.
And then you say that Ariel pulled you onto the ground, right?
That's correct.
You're bigger than Ariel, right?
Yes.
You have at least, or at the time of the offense, or at the time of the incident, you had at least 20 pounds on her, right?
Yeah, roughly 20 pounds.
You're stronger than her, right?
Probably.
You're a doctor, so you know that men generally are stronger than women, correct?
Yes,
It's just a scientific matter of testosterone, right?
that's true.
But you testify that Ariel managed to pull you to the ground, and she pulled you on top of her, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then you testified that Ariel wouldn't let you go from on top of her, right?
That's correct.
You testified that she wrapped her legs around you, right?
She wrapped at least one leg around me, yes.
Yesterday you said legs, right?
I think I said leg. It was at least one.
And you testified that she grabbed your testicles, right?
She did.
And that she wouldn't let go, right?
That's right.
All this time, you were on top of her, right?
That's correct.
And then you testified that Ariel took that rock. I'm going to grab Exhibit 2 right now. You testified that Ariel took this rock and hit you in the face. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And you said the first hit, she got me kind of good, right?
That's right.
And you said she kept trying, right?
That's right.
And you testified you tried to start blocking it, right?
Yes.
And you testified she actually got a couple more hits in, right?
Yes.
So, but you don't know how many hits, right?
No.
One good hit to the side of your face, correct?
That's right.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 236. This is a photo of you from March 24th, 2025, correct?
That's right.
This is immediately after the police arrested you, right?
That's right.
This is the closest photo of you after Ariel hit you with this rock, right?
That's right.
Publish alongside State's Exhibit 1. Okay, so on the right side, we have you after Ariel got one good hit with you with the rock, right?
That's right.
And on the right side, we have you after Ariel kept hitting you with the rock and got a couple other less good hits. Is that right?
That's right.
On the left side of the screen, you testified that you hit Ariel 2 times, right?
That's correct.
On the left side of the screen, we have the results that you say you hit her only 2 times, correct?
That's correct.
Let's move on to the next day. We're going to publish State's, I'm sorry, not the next day. We're going to publish State's D30 on the right side. I'm sorry, Defense 30 on the right side. Okay, look at the right side of the screen, please. This photo on the right side of the screen is you at the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
You at the hospital on the night of March 24th, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
This is you at the hospital after Ariel got a good hit on you with this rock, correct?
That's right.
On the left side of the screen, I'm going to put up States 23. This is Ariel at the hospital, correct?
That's right.
This is Ariel at the hospital after your 2 hits, correct?
That's right.
And you say only 2 hits to Ariel, right?
I only hit her 2 times.
This is the front of Ariel's face after those 2 hits, right?
Yes.
Which exhibit?
States 22.
Thank you.
Put up States 27. This is Ariel's hand after those. This is Ariel's hand after those 2 hits, right?
Yes.
And lastly, we'll put up on the left side States 1, 2, 8. On the left side of the screen, that's Ariel on March 25th, 2025, correct?
I don't know when that picture was taken, but I'll take your word for it.
That's Ariel the day afterwards, right?
Like I said, I don't know when that picture was taken, but I'll take your word for it.
We'll publish on the right side States 239. We'll flip it upside correctly. And this is you, again, correct?
Yes.
This is you on March 25th, 2025, right?
I think that was like the night of, like just after midnight, but it was after the previous picture. That's right.
This is you one day after Ariel hit you really good with this rock, isn't it?
That's right.
Take the recess.
I'm sorry.
Should we take the recess?
That was a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our afternoon recess. Ms. McKellen will get to it at 2:45. Leave your notebooks on the chair. All right.
All right, we have about a 10-minute break or so, something like that. About 10 minutes. And yeah, chat, hilarious chat. And this is some more, it doesn't really seem anything too major is being swayed in either direction. Yeah. You are correct, Lori. That's true. It's 7:35 where I am. All right, so you'll be on a short break and then it'll resume any time. So yeah, that is the floppy disk. Frog. Yeah, hilarious chat. The phone clock on my phone makes me feel smart. Well, that is true, and it does make you that. That is very true. Okay, Zoe says the pictures looked horrible, but the scalp bleeds like crazy. Gotcha. Okay. So what you're saying is that although the injuries look terrible, the scalp bleeds a lot. Okay. All right, and Sawgirl says, hopefully those jurors will know that head wounds always bleed more because the vessels are abundant there and the skin is thin, and he looks like he has some bruising cuts on his ear. The world clock. The world, and it echoes. And it can be heard throughout the entire woods. Miss C said she's hiking upstairs. Weird. Yeah, so hiking is certainly a popular thing to do. Mutual combat. Yes, it was mutual combat. You know, hiking is a very interesting thing to do, and a lot of people are interested in it, and sometimes injuries can happen. So, yeah, it just depends on what people are passionate over. And, we'll be back in less than 10 minutes. Just gonna go pull out something and talk about something. So slow it looks like a hike. Alright. To hike safely and efficiently, you should focus on preparation, proper gear, physical technique, and environmental respect. Hiking begins with a thorough preparation, trail section. Choose a path that aligns with your current level of fitness and allows enough time to return before the sunset. Before you leave, check the latest weather forecast as conditions can change rapidly at higher elevations. Crucially, always inform someone of your planned route, expected return time. I bet they had snippy back and forth, and he said, she said arguments, a lot of buildup. Yeah, it's building up tension like a valve, and it pops. If it's you put tension on something, it eventually goes boom. Like a dam breaking. It's a like a steam engine. It has like a thing that goes psh, and like the steam the exhaust has to go somewhere. And train ahead of time. Building up a hike, you want to always carry a personal locator beacon. That's a good idea. And she, Miss C says she does it from her stairs. All right, right. Equipping yourself with the right gear is essential for combat and safety. Invest in shoes with good traction and support a handle uneven terrain. Wear moisture wicking layers rather than cotton to manage sweat and temperature changes. Your backpack should contain the 10 essentials, including plenty of water, high energy snacks, and navigation tool. Like maps or a GPS, a small first aid kit, and flashing lights. Oh, good to know, Lori. Good to know. Yeah, and Miss C's beacon is her phone. Let's see this. Have a bright garment on you so you can twirl it. I'm a circle overhead if you need to be rescued. That way an aircraft can see you. Oh, interesting. Thank you. Twirl a circle overhead. Angel says, I don't like to hike, but if I didn't, I wouldn't be taking hikes that steep with two babies at home, by the way. Yeah, yeah. if you did, you wouldn't be taking hikes with 2 babies on the way. Yeah, I think definitely if there's, like a you wouldn't want to take that risk and have a problem with that. Yeah, that's understandable. All right, so hiking in the mountains requires specialized gear to handle unpredictable weather, steep terrain, and safety risks. Beyond basic essentials, you need equipment designed for high altitude environments and rugged paths. Proper footwear. This is the most critical safety choice in the mountains to prevent slips and falls. Mountaineering boots. For rocky, rugged trails. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Yeah, anything can happen to anybody. And Lori says she's addicted to hiking. And Zoe said, hubby and I used to love to hike. Ah, yeah. Mountaineering boots. For rocky, rugged trails, choose boots with stiff soles for better support and stability. If you are hiking in snow or high altitudes, insulates monitoring boots like the La Sportiva Nepal Evo GTX are necessary to protect age against frostbite. Crampons. Essential for crossing glaciers or steep snow slopes. Steel crampons are more durable for mixing rock and snow, while aluminum is lighter for moderate snow. Oh, Angel said she'll just stay on the ground. Oh, understood. And we took our son hiking when he was too small. He had a teddy bear in his backpack. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Here we go.
1CPC-25-373. Dr. Koenig is present in court on the stand of civil and oath. All full counsel of record are present. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Mr. Barton, can you continue?
I have no further questions.
Mr. Otake, can you read that right?
Yes. Okay, Gerhardt, I'm going to just try to jam through this. I know it's been a long day. You're asked about going into detective mode. Why did you go into detective mode when you saw these things and learned about what Ariel had been doing or communicating, the way she was communicating with Mr. Miller? Why did you go into detective mode?
I just needed to find out details about the relationship.
Okay. For you, it was something you were searching for information.
She was obviously deleting things and trying to hide things, and I just wanted to understand what was going on, really.
The extent of the
Yes.
relationship. You were asked about the text messages from 12/1 that started, and that was a Sunday. Remember that?
That's right.
And you were asked about, it would say good morning, and then it went on throughout the day, Christmas lights, what you doing, all day long until good night. And you were asked that, there was nothing sexual in there. Were you still concerned that on a Sunday your wife was communicating with another man all day long?
Yeah.
Leading.
Yes.
Even though there
Move
wasn't.
to strike the last time.
Granted, last answer is stricken.
Did the text messages still concern you, even though the word sexual wasn't in there?
Yes.
Sustained.
And move to strike the last answer.
Granted.
Were you concerned by the text messages on that Sunday between your wife and another man?
Same objection.
Sustained. With leading.
How did you feel about the text messages on that Sunday between your wife and another man?
I was very worried.
Why did you tell Bryant first? Why did you reach out to Bryant?
I reached out to Bryant because he was one of my best friends, and I needed advice, and I wanted to give him a heads up about what was going to happen on the trip.
when you and Ariel talked about her quitting her job, what was your interest?
My interest was for her to terminate her relationship and her contact with Jeffrey Miller.
Were you going to be perfect? Were you okay with her getting another job?
Absolutely.
Was there a conversation about her looking for another job?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Did you and Ariel talk about what would happen if she quit her current job?
Yes.
And what did you guys discuss?
She was going to look for another job.
Okay. You were asked a lot about her move, like this conversation about her moving out and then not. Initially, what was your thoughts about her moving out initially when you found out about it in San Luis Obispo?
I mean, I would have preferred if we could deal with the affair in an isolated environment, and so it would have been preferable if she had moved out.
Did you eventually change your thoughts on that?
Yes.
You were asked about monitoring her communications. Is there anything you learned in the audiobooks about that?
Yes.
What did you learn from the audiobooks about monitoring her communications and her sharing, giving up some privacy during this healing period?
I learned that as part of rebuilding trust in a relationship after an affair, especially in the digital age, it is going to require proactive giving up of some degree of privacy by the cheating spouse.
Okay. Now, you were asked about in the December time period certain things that on your computer when they ran this access search indicated it was accessed. Okay, so I'm going to quickly ask you. I'm not going to spend hours on hours on it.
Okay.
Ask you a few questions about it.
Yeah.
The things about Reddit and the audiobooks and things to do with infidelity. Why were you looking up these things in late December?
Because I was working on our relationship.
Were you still having a hard time with it all?
I was.
I asked Detective Numa about how the search warrant, the computer search only pulled the terms, the relevant terms, and your name wasn't on there. Do you believe, like during this time period, you were also looking at your own financial?
I most certainly was.
Objection beyond the scope and expertise.
Do you believe you were also looking at your own financials at that time?
Yes, I most certainly were.
But you heard Detective Numa say that search only pulled the ones with her name, yeah?
Yes, I heard that.
You mentioned at the end of the year, sometimes you were saying, you're asked about, I just want you to explain it more. So at the end of the year, when you're doing some tax planning, would you commonly look through certain files?
Objection leading.
No. Overruled. You can answer that.
Yeah, and not just tax planning, but just financial planning, like budgeting and things like that, and kind of reviewing, like, how our retirement accounts were doing, and it was more than just tax planning.
There was a retirement account of Aries that they brought up.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you, I think you're trying to explain, but why do you have a recollection of why you might have been looking at her retirement account?
Yeah, so she had
Tell the jury why.
she had like almost $200,000 in her retirement, and when we purchased our house, we purchased it through UBS actually. So they actually do home loans as well, and as part of that, they convinced us to move all of her retirement into one of their accounts, which is a managed account. So they charge a fee on it, they wanted me to move my retirement account out of my account too when I terminated my job, but that was after we closed on the house. So we didn't end up doing that before we closed on the house, and I was glad because Aries' return at UBS was very poor for 2024, and so I was looking at her return in 2024 that she got at UBS, and I was looking kind of at historical data, and then I was also looking at her return that she used to get on the same retirement money when it was still held at Westinghouse, and it was part of the process to decide if we were going to switch her retirement account to a different account and provider to get a better return.
Okay. You know, all these financial documents they brought up, were you trying to, like, see if it would be cheaper to kill her than divorce her?
No.
You mentioned Darvo and what that meant. Why did that term resonate with you?
Oh, because so it felt like she was deflecting and then also blaming me for now the affair, and then also bringing up other things. And one of the threads that I read on Reddit talked about that idea, and then it used that acronym, and so then I was like, oh. What is this? So I looked up the acronym, and that's what it was. And so then I searched that acronym on Reddit to kind of get more information about people dealing with that specific issue.
You were asked about the 2018 Word document about the 2018 taxes and about the child support and alimony. Well, we talked about this the other day, so just really quickly, what other information was on there?
Oh, everything to do with our taxes. So, yeah, I don't know if you want to go into specifics, but...
so it wasn't just alimony and child support?
That's right.
Do you typically wake up early in the morning?
Yes.
You talked about this the other day, but after looking at the Palipuka on the website, what again? Why did it seem like a good one for you guys? What was the reasons?
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a really good hike for us to do because, like the prosecutor mentioned, it has these expansive views of the entire East Oahu. I'm sorry, West Oahu. No, East Oahu. And that was kind of one of our goals, is to kind of explore the island but kind of see it, so we can get an idea of what the island looks like. It was a relatively difficult hike, which we're kind of used to, and we like hikes like that. That's like a little bit out of the ordinary. And it ended up, at this really cool spot where we can take a picture. It was close to Waikiki, and it was a short hike.
Okay.
Fit into our schedule.
You wanted to do other things that day?
Yes.
Okay. 1 second. Now, you were asked about whether or not during the conversation when you confronted Ariel about the affair in San Luis Obispo, prosecutor asked you if at some point in that conversation you called her a lying bitch and a whore. You remember being asked that?
Yes.
And was this a long conversation you guys had?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we had the conversation about the affair for the entire time we were in San Luis Obispo.
But then that first
on
night,
and off,
That first night, did that conversation get heated and emotional?
It did.
Okay.
It did.
Let me ask you this. It was just the two of you there, right?
Oh, when yes.
Yeah. And you were asked if you called her those names, and you wanted to tell the jury that you did.
Yes.
You could have said, no, I didn't call her that, but you wanted them to know that you did call her those names, right?
Meeting, testifying.
Sustained.
You testified to this jury, well, you admit that you called her those names.
Yes.
Okay. And then did the conversation continue, and did you guys try to work through it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Doctor. That's all the questions I have for you.
Any recross based on what was asked on redirect?
Just a moment.
Take your time.
Actually, before we begin, may we approach on the record?
Yes.
Dr. Corner, we're going to keep this very limited. I'm going to go through two situations. Situation one, if Ari divorces you, you're likely going to be paying child support, correct?
Yes.
And you know from your last marriage, that's very expensive, right?
It's not that expensive, but
You paid almost $30,000 a year in 2018, correct?
it's not a reason why I wouldn't divorce her if we had a good reason for it. That's all I'm saying.
If Ariel divorces you, if she divorces you, you're likely the one that's going to be paying child support. That's correct?
If we ended up getting a divorce, I would be paying child support. Correct.
If Ariel ends up divorcing you, you don't get anything from her life insurance, correct?
If Ariel, if we get divorced, neither one of us gets either one of our life insurances.
Ariel divorces you, you don't get any of her retirement accounts, correct?
If we get divorced, well, that's not true. I no. If we get divorced, Ariel might get some of my retirement account because my retirement account is much bigger than hers.
The question was, if Ariel divorces you, you do not get her retirement account, correct?
This is a question of law. It's not that's overruled.
I know the retirement accounts are going to be. I know that retirement account division is part of divorce, and I know that there's a lot of things that go into that calculation. I know that my retirement account is much bigger than her retirement account, and I'm not sure what portions we'll be able to keep because it's based on when the contributions were made and things like that.
You know that you're likely not going to be taking her retirement if she divorces you, correct?
Like I said, I don't know what's going to come of all that. It's a complicated. It's much more complicated than the life insurance issue, for example.
And you know that if Ari divorces you, a likely outcome would be 50-50 custody, correct?
It depends on the circumstances of the divorce.
You knew before March 24, 2025, that if Ariel divorced you, 50-50 custody is generally standard, correct?
Yes, absolutely, and that's what I would have been advocating for.
Second scenario, if Ari dies, you don't pay any child support, correct?
If Ari died when?
If Ariel Koenig dies, you're not going to be paying her any child support, correct?
If Ari dies, and yes, I would not be paying a dead person child support. Yes.
If Ariel dies, you get the $250,000 life insurance policy she took out, correct?
Yes.
That your suggestion, correct?
Not my suggestion to take out the life insurance policy. It was a joint decision.
If Ariel dies, you get $250,000 from her retirement, correct?
Yes.
As the sole beneficiary, correct?
Yes.
If Ariel dies, you get full custody of the kids, right?
If Ariel dies, I'm the only parent left. Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Ponte?
If you get convicted of this charge,
Correction.
she
Hang
gets
on,
she
hang
gets
on.
full custody.
Approach.
You were asked about custody.
Yes.
Love your boys?
Yes. More than I can describe.
Excuse me?
More than words can describe.
do you want to fight Ariel for 50-50 custody in the divorce?
Absolutely.
Okay. You were asked about how if she died, you would have got $250,000. How much money would Ariel have gotten if you died?
Over $2 million, including the life insurance and the retirement.
Let's talk about that. How much life insurance did you take out on your life for her?
$1.5 million.
And that was in this January to March time period?
Yes.
During that time period, you decided to take out $1.5 million of life insurance on your life for her, right?
Yes.
You had more retirement than her?
Yes.
And if you died, that would go to her.
Yes.
They brought up child support. Throughout, when you were your two older kids, they asked you about that. After you and their mom split up, did you pay child support?
Yes.
Did you feel it was the right thing to do?
Yes.
Did you want to do that for your kids?
Yes.
If you and Ari got divorced, would you be willing to pay child support?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you do financially whatever you needed to do to make sure your kids had a good life?
Yes.
Thank you, Gerhardt.
Any other questions? No further questions. Doctor, thank you. You can return back. Counsel State. Mr. Otake, does the defense wish to present any other evidence?
Can we approach?
Sure, come on. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you for the day. It's a long weekend. I think we all could use the long weekend. I hope you get some rest this weekend. I'm going to have you come back on Tuesday. We'll start up at 9 o'clock on Tuesday. That is April 7th. And based on my discussions with the attorneys, we expect to wrap up the presentation of the evidence on Tuesday. The case will be submitted to the jury sometime on Tuesday for deliberations. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the schedule. And it feels like a long road, but we're actually ahead of schedule. So I do hope you have a good, restful weekend. Again, there's a lot of coverage. Don't watch any of the coverage. If it's on when you're having dinner, turn off the TV, walk out of the room. Again, your decision must be based on the evidence presented here in court. So the same few rules apply. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. All of you, have a safe drive home. Have a good long weekend. We'll see you on Tuesday. All rise.
All right, so we'll be back on Tuesday. Yeah, the Easter weekend. We will be back on Tuesday, everyone. And yeah, it does it. So it seems that other opinions are welcomed if other people think differently, but it seems like it was a nothing burger day. Because I told y'all the prosecution would have to throw like a real big thing to turn the tides.
So I have one question. The jury instructions that we settled earlier, at this point in time, court is not contemplating any amendments as we settled them. Mr. Garner, anything on that issue for the state?
No.
What you miss we're talking about?
Can't think of anything that happened today that would change it.
Counsel, can I ask you for a favor? Because I know you're living this case. If there is something we need to revisit, can you let me know first thing Monday morning? So it doesn't delay any of our proceedings on Tuesday.
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor.
Mr. Garner, anything else you want to take up on record before we adjourn for the week?
I may want to revisit the tailoring issue I made in terms of closing argument.
You want to take that up now?
Sure. I mean, the cases I'm aware of so far are Walsh and Walsh is the main one, right? Walsh is the most recent one, and that involved the prosecution essentially arguing in closing argument that the defendant can't be trusted because they've sat through and mocked the entire trial. I understand that is not allowed. I
Right, it's
understand.
contrary to the instructions, right?
Yes. That being said, the defendant in this case did testify to some very specific legal terms, especially regarding EMED, which I do want to be able to comment on.
Just to be clear, I mean, our position is EMED should not be given, and we're telling the jury it did not apply. And when he said that, yeah, I was in a severe emotional state, he was talking about after the fact, not when he did what he did. I asked him, how did you feel immediately after this? He said, I was in a severe emotional state. So that, like, if he's suggesting that he said that to try and get convicted of EMED, that's ridiculous. Because, number one, we're saying EMED should not be given. We're telling the jury that it should be disregarded. And number three, the comments he made about being in that state was after the fact. Obviously, for EMED to apply, you have to be in that state during the incident. So,
And that's the only tailoring argument that you're considering, Mr. Garner?
Like you say, make it sound like I should be considering more, but that's the only one on my mind at the moment.
I'm not suggesting you should be considering more, but because my general inclination is to keep it out at this point in time. And then so I wanted to know if you had more, because I will go back in and I will reread Walsh and anything else connected with tailoring to see if it changes my initial inclination, but that's what it is right now.
Understood. Thank you for sharing.
And just to get into that a little further, number one, nothing in the evidence had to do with EMED or the standard for it, right? So it's not like he would have heard that throughout the trial, okay? Hypothetically speaking, if there ever was something to do with that, arguably someone in that position would have learned about that through his attorney. So now you're getting into attorney-client privileged communications.
Well, that's not true, because we were all here when we settled jury instructions and we had a long discussion about State versus Perez and State versus Moore. But again, my inclination is to not allow the Taylor argument. But if we need to take it up, I'm happy to make a record.
Well, I respectfully, when you say that's not true, I'm not going to get into my communications with him, obviously. But obviously, any attorney who does this work would have, had discussions about it before settling jury instructions. So I understand when you say that's not true, what you're saying is he could have also learned it from other places.
But here in open court, when we settled jury instructions, I'm pretty sure Dr. Koenig was here.
I understand that. I'm just suggesting when you start getting into what a person may or may not know legally, you're getting into communications with their attorney, regardless of if the same subject matter was discussed later.
Mr. Otake, anything you want to take up before we adjourn?
I don't believe so. I guess is the idea that closing would be an hour?
We can talk, yes, we'll talk about scheduling again up here at the bench once we adjourn.
Oh, okay. The time limits.
Yeah. Okay, so if there's nothing further, we'll adjourn. How's it coming up?
Okay, and that was interesting part. Yeah, we had a. So it'll be Tuesday when the trial resumes. And until then, we are. See. And. Yeah, so today seems like it was a. Sawgirl says, note the chat. See you next time in the garden. See you in the garden, alien. Everybody have a nice holiday weekend. Yeah, you too. Alright, okay, and. Alright. I shot the bubbles, and he's talking. Alright, I have to go plug this thing in. Alright, and just put this window up. Alright. Amen, Aaron. He has risen. Right. And yes, amen, Aaron. Oh, he has risen indeed. All right. Yeah. So today it seems that, and people have different opinions. They can go and say what they think, but definitely eat and watch hockey. Okay, Moki. All right. Shout out to you. And yeah, it's Bubbles. It's Bubbles. All right. Good night, all. God bless. Sweet dreams. Yes. Okay, yeah, so today I think it was the prosecution did not do anything major to sway either way about the good night, Aaron. About the jury, or not the jury, but the case. So yeah, it was a good today. It was a nothing burger, pretty much, and I think we did a very good chat. Very good chat. It's always a good chat here, but it was a very good chat today. I also enjoyed the trial and seeing what y'all's perspective about it is, and we'll see how that goes on Tuesday. And yeah, definitely with the garden stream, it will be something that I'll be doing later in Walton's. Yes, and all right, so at this point in time, we'll do this. So we are at the stream has ended. I'll say that, yeah, our coverage today with the trial has ended, and there is about at the moment nothing more to discuss, it seems. So we completed the stream for today. Now I'll be going live a little bit later about the garden, for those that are interested. All right. So thank you all for seeing our coverage of uh, the attempted murder trial, and we'll be resuming. On Tuesday we'll do the stream on Tuesday, and later on tonight I'll be doing the garden stream. All right. So thank you all for coming. It's been a pleasure talking to everyone, and peace. Okay. And oh yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right, and here we go.